All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am the sole tech guy today, so whoever's watching, if you want to verify the sound check with me, we are hardwired in for the video today, so a little less lag here than we had at the Richland Center invite, but folks, we want to thank you for tuning in here at the SWC SWAL Conference Clash, one of the toughest conference tournaments that we get to see in the state. I'm Teak Fenwick of the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast. I'll be bringing you all of the action today, and let me tell you, I'm absolutely pumped to be here. First time attending this tournament, and just the atmosphere already is electric. Packed stands on both sides of the Richland Center Hornet Fieldhouse. Got about 12 media members here just looking around me. We got 6 total men on the mic calling the action for their local radio and TV stations as well. Right now, wrestling in round 1, the round of 16. We have 16-person brackets. And with 13 teams here, first round's going to go by pretty quickly. They do have a JV tournament here taking place as well. So the first round action going to take place on mats 1 and 2 to start out, at least until the quarterfinals. Right now on mat number 1, which we have our camera on, 160-pound first round, we have Quentin Gunderson, a 4-7 senior of Mineral Point, and Mason Jelinek, an 11-18 sophomore out of Richland Center. Gunderson with the early takedown there. Mineral Point, a team with a string of SWAL SWC titles, winning it from 2007 to 2010, their last championship coming in 2014. Just looking at the recent team history here with team champions. Fenimore since 2015 has won all but one of the Conference Clash titles. Prairie du Chien took one in 2020. Also, folks, pretty great tournament program that we have here as well. It's on a 10-page program, just with loads of information that I'll try to get that information out to you as well as I can. They have former individual winners. They got outstanding tournament wrestlers. Lucas Sullivan of Mineral Point won that title last year. Right now on the edge of the mat, Gunderson going to work, still up at 2-0, 10 seconds left in the first period. And just a quick preview here, running through with some of the brackets while we get through this first round on just a couple of mats. 106 pounds, excited to see potential Cade Birchman, Hawk and Peterson match. Well, first, Birchman has to get through Richland Center sophomore Ethan Haiti. But, man, I am excited to see Peterson wrestle. He was out with an injury for about the first half of the year. Getting back into action, to say he's knocking the rust off would be putting it lightly. The freshman who was a Fargo champ, currently 11-0 on the year. Hasn't really been tested yet. Could see his best test today in either Birchman or Haiti. 113 pounds, you have Brody Meese as the quote-unquote 1 seed. But on the other side of the bracket is Dodgeville state champion Charlie Might. Might is 40-1 on the year. And making up the second part of that three-headed monster for a Dodgeville in the lower weights. At 120 pounds, Reed Spurley rounds off that big three of Peterson, Might, and Spurley in the lower weights. I'm excited. We have Amron Nutter from Fenimore who made the drop to 120 pounds for this tournament. He's on the other side of the bracket of Spurley. Thing is, up first, we could have potential Roan Carey Reed Spurley matchup. That's a battle between a state champ and a state runner-up that we could be seeing in the semis. Even some of these quarter matches, folks, and I was going to wait till the semis to start doing some commentary, but even some of these quarterfinal matches are going to be fun to see. You have Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien, who gets matched up against Carey in the quarterfinals. 126 pounds, I'd say one to watch at that weight class. Hunter Stevens, 32-2, a freshman from Iowa Grant Highland, comes in as the quote-unquote top seed. The way they do seeding, I think people would see seeding in this tournament and wonder what's going on. There might be some spots where they're wondering why someone might not be a 1 seed, or like why they see certain matchups in the semifinals. And they actually try to take the top seed from the SWAL and the top seed from the SWC, put them on different sides of the bracket. Nonetheless, we're going to get great wrestling in basically every round of this tournament. The other side of the bracket from Stevens, you have Brecken Minch from Fenimore, who was a state place winner last year. I'd maybe peg him as the favorite to make him out of that bottom side of the bracket. Minch does have to get through Drake Ingham of Prairie du Chien. 132 pounds, get a fun Koenig Crap matchup where Ryder Koenig of Prairie du Chien and Ian Crap are both on the bottom side of the bracket. Elliot Biba of IGH comes in as the de facto 1 seed, 29-5 junior, state finalist last year. Looking to capture a Conference Clash crown. I know they have the individual champs from the tournament last year in this program, so I'll try to check that out. I believe Biba might have been a runner-up last year, losing to Cade Rule of a Mineral Point at 113, but Biba handling the growth spurt this year pretty well, making that adjustment just fine. At 138 pounds, I'd say if you could only watch, if you had the chance to only watch one weight class, this one would be it, as you have a Lucas Sullivan of a Mineral Point, Owen Sefroot of Darlington Blackhawk, Rhett Koenig of a Prairie du Chien, and Jaden Glassbrenner of Fenimore, all in the same bracket. Koenig and Sefroot, a lot of great battles the last couple of years. The most recent coming in an ultimate tiebreaker match that Koenig won with an escape with, I believe, 8 seconds left, coming a couple weekends ago. And that's going to be a semifinals matchup. That's a match that folks got to see in the finals of the state tournament in Madison last year. We get to see that in the penultimate round today at 138 pounds. 145, Taryn Riley, the de facto 1 seed. Other competitors in that bracket. This is going to be one of my favorite quarterfinals to watch. Tyson Imhoff of Iowa Grant Highland and Drew Hurd of Prairie du Chien will be squaring off. On the bottom side of the bracket, Landon Radke of River Valley and Siler Zandowitz of Fenimore. 2 wrestlers who I think could put together a pretty good match. Zandowitz, if you're looking at brackets, it's 17-12, but kind of a deceiving 17-12. As Fenimore wrestles a gauntlet of a season, and Zandowitz, a great wrestler in his own right. 152 pounds, another good freshman from Iowa Grant Highland, Jackson Bussey comes in. He's the 1 seed, at least for the SWAL. Luke Kramer of Prairie du Chien, a 37-4, a senior, state place winner last year, is on the bottom side of the bracket. 160 pounds, we have Ashton Meese of Riverdale, who's just had a phenomenal senior season. First got to see him in Richland Center at the Richland Center invite. Just great on offense and a great top wrestler as well. He's essentially the 1 seed here. Bottom side of the bracket, going to be a battle to get there potentially between Maddox Gable of Darlington Blackhawk and Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien. 170 pounds, you have Brogan Brewer of Prairie du Chien and Nathan Blaschke of Fenimore, Ty Chris of Darlington of Blackhawk. You know, kind of look at 170, potentially a wide open bracket in this one. Definitely nothing to scoff at either. 182 pounds, you get to see Caden Rhines of Riverdale, who part of a Riverdale, the top part of their lineup with the heavies. They just have an absolutely solid grouping there. Rhines is 37-6 on the year as a junior. Bottom side of the bracket, Wyatt Annan of Fenimore is the 3 seed. Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien comes in as the 2 seed. 195, you have Cameron Wolf of Fenimore, who's essentially the 1 seed in this bracket. But in order to win a Conference Clash title today, does have to get through a state place winner in a Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien, who's 38-2 on the year as a sophomore at 195, which is absolutely impressive. 220 pounds, you have the 1 seed Hudson Brown of Iowa Grant Highland, and in the rest of the bracket, you got a lot of guys around that 500 mark. Mac Buster comes in with the 2nd best record from Mineral Point. He's 23-12 in his junior campaign. Right now, an on the mat action, 170-pound first round. Gavin Hinderman of Iowa Grant Highland is up 4-0 on Blake Brickle of River Valley. After this first round, I don't know if we'll be taking a break or not. But right now, these first round matches taking place on mats 1 and 2. Just a couple of pigtails before we get into the quarterfinals. And the last weight class we have, of course, headlined by Evan Grotz of Fenimore, who as a junior is 28-3 on the year. Grotz on the wrong side of a kind of an upset loss in sectionals last year. Didn't make it to state, but if he made it there, definitely it had the potential to be a state place winner. Had a great offseason. And then, Grotz, for as good as a wrestler as he is, not a guaranteed a title by any means, as Porter Mandarano of Belmont Platteville, a 28-2 senior, awaits on the other side of the bracket. Mandarano last year at the state tournament, placing 6th in Division II at 285. That's a quick synopsis of all of the brackets that we have here today. We do have one camera going, so I'll try to keep the action going on whichever mat, whether there be a close match or there just happens to be wrestling on one mat only. Right now, championship action only on mats 1 and 2. Got a few more pigtail matches that we'll be having. So the 170-pound match just finished. Hinderman picking up the victory there. And Hinderman will be facing Ty Christ of Darlington Blackhawk in the 2nd round. Rest of the first round action here, we're going to have Tucker Dagenhart of IGH, a 14-14 sophomore, and Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville, a 20-13 sophomore, squaring off. 195, that is a straight-up 8-person bracket, so won't be seeing any first-round action there. 220 pounds. Looks like we got a 6-person bracket in that one. Just want to make sure I'm checking that correctly. Yep, it is a 6-person, so a couple of wrestlers getting buys to the semis at 220. And then at heavyweight, we do have 10 wrestlers. Or sorry, at 9 wrestlers there. So it looks like about 2 or 3 more matches here in this first round. We'll be hopping right into the quarterfinal action. Now, Dagenhart and Davis, as we had talked about. They're getting the action started over on mat 1. Still 0-0, 112 left in the first period. Want to thank you folks for tuning in. I'm going to hop back on the mic here in just a few moments. Just want to get a little warm up here. Remember, folks, I did put the link in the comments if you want to share with anyone who can't make it to the tournament today, whether they have a horse in the race or they just want to watch some good wrestling. This is definitely the place to be. So I'll be back with you on the commentary in a few moments. And stay tuned for the quarterfinals of the SWC SWAL Clash. All right, folks, tuning back in here. We'll tune in for the third period. We got a pretty good match taking place on mat number 1 between Tucker Dagenhart of Iowa Grand Highland and Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville. This match, I believe the second to match last taking place in this first round. Right now, Davis up 10-5 on Dagenhart. This for a chance to make the quarterfinals. And just taking a quick look at the brackets here. If you lose in this first round, more than likely you'll have a bye to the second consolation round. But if you lose in either of the first 2 rounds, you can still wrestle back to 5th place. They wrestle all the way back to 7th here, but you do need to win your first 2 consolation rounds if you want to place top 8 in this tournament. If you make it to the semis, you're guaranteed a spot in the top 4. So Dagenhart and Davis right now are wrestling for a chance. The winner of this one going to be taking on Ross Christ of a Darlington Blackhawk. Darlington bringing a pretty good squad here today, especially in the upper weights. I think there must be some translation there from the successful football teams that Darlington and Blackhawk both have. But folks, we are getting started with our quarterfinal action here on mat number 2. Apologies, I might be a little slow on the camera movements today. I am my own tech guy for the day. Right now, that's Cade Birchman of Fenimore, who's up 11-4 on Colton Eisel of Belmont Platteville. I talked about Birchman coming in as the de facto 1 seed in the SWAL Conference. Remember, with the way this tournament's set up, they don't have a pure 1 through 16 seeding. One of the main goals, get the 1 seed from both conferences on different sides of the bracket. So Birchman coming in as the top seed in the SWAL. Hawk and Peterson of Dodgeville, who I'm really excited to see here wrestling in the quarterfinals for the first time. First time I'll see him in his high school career. Like I said, 11 matches under his belt already. But excited to see what he brings to the table. Birchman put up a quick lead, 13-4, make that 14-4. After a very quick escape. Eisel trying to get it on the front head. A good drag by Birchman to make it 16-4 now. Looking like he's going to keep going to work on his feet as he inches closer to a tech. Score is going to be 16-5. After the easy up by Birchman, who gets a great single, and with the trip, now up 18-5. Fenimore coached by Chad Stelt. And a good tilt there by Birchman. That should have put it away. Birchman with the arm trap, maybe looking for a rare tilt pin in this situation. So this match will be over regardless, whether Birchman can get the pin on Eisel. And with the roll through, Birchman will be assessed the 3 points. He'll earn the tech fall, going up by more than 15 points. And he'll be advancing to the semis against either Lennon Iward of Mineral Point or Ethan Haiti of Richland Center. We'll keep the action here on the quarterfinals match. As looks like that match did end on mat number 1. Looks like Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville picked up the victory. Speaking of Eward and Haiti, this is the next match taking place. Haiti, the sophomore from Richland Center, coming in. Pretty good sophomore campaign. Got to see him win a Richland Center invite title in front of his home crowd, which is always a fun sight to see. I'll tell you about the Hornet faithful. They just always bring a good crowd, especially if they're wrestling on mat number 1. Haiti picks up the quick takedown there. The Hornets definitely with a little home mat advantage. Haiti looking for the pin on the edge of the mat. That's official Ryan McGuire trying to at least get a good angle. Also has to make sure Haiti keeps himself in bounds as well. Ewart able to sneak his arm through. It's looking like we won't see a pin here, but regardless, we'll reset in the middle of the mat with 1 minute, 10 seconds left. Haiti with the quick 5-0 lead. Over on mat number 1. I said apologies for only having the one camera to keep action on one mat. We can zoom out to 2, but we can save that for a little bit later. Bronson McCone of Iowa Grand Highland and Signer Rundy of Lancaster squaring off at heavyweight. Looks like we had a little head throw action. And Rundy does go up 5-0 on that mat. Back here on mat number 2, Haiti with the tough ride, picking up another 3 near fall. To Haiti with a nice cast over with the legs in. Looks like he's going to pick up a few more near fall, trying to secure the pin, but nice job by Ewart. Give a credit to the Pointer sophomore fighting to make it to the second period against Haiti. We're going to start the second period. Haiti up 11-0 now. Winner of this one going against Birchman of Fenimore. So could see a couple of tech falls potentially here. To start off this quarterfinal session. Now Haiti with a nice half into wrist in. Maybe looking to end this one with the Saturday Night Ride, and pretty early into this tournament, and we might already see a rare tech pin, as Haiti, who's going to pick up 3 near fall regardless, trying to put the finishing touches on a good opening match. Would need to keep that right arm of Ewart's trapped. Ewart still trying to fight through. Haiti just driving his shoulder into the chest of Ewart, who's still, you just love to see the fight from someone like this, even though the match is technically over. Not giving up that pin. That's kind of a team duel mentality that Mineral Point head coach Curtis Fiedler instills into his athletes. And there it is. Credit to Ewart for the good fight, but Ethan Haiti of Richland Center picks up the pinfall in 3 minutes and 24 seconds. That Haiti Bertram match, one of the semis that, one of the many I'm sure that I'm going to be most excited for to watch today. I want to thank you folks for tuning into this live stream of the SWC SWAL Conference Clash. Got a little report that my sound may be cutting out a little bit on the receiving end, so let me know how the sound is going. I know video-wise, we do have a little hardwire connection today. So video-wise, it should stay pretty smooth throughout the day. Moving on in this quarterfinal session. Now a full swing in quarterfinal action here. We got 113-pound quarterfinals over on mat number 1. Brody Meese of Riverdale currently up 2-0 on Tyler Miller of Boscobel. Meets his teammate who's on camera right now, Jordan Bonkamp, up Sorry, he's down 2-0 to Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien. Got my Prairie du Chien and Riverdale singlets mixed up there for a second. But excited to see the potential team race between Prairie du Chien and Fenimore today. They said Prairie du Chien, the one team keeping Fenimore from being on a 7 tournament championship run as they broke Fenimore's 5 championship streak in 2020. Of course, we didn't wrestle in 2021. But when it comes to the team race, it's matches like this, you know, between guys of similar seeds. If Kosman can pick up a pin, secure spot in the top 4, just really huge for team points. A nice bar and a wrist by Kosman now. Looking for a pin. That's going to be another big aspect. Early wins, swing match wins, and then if you can somehow get bonus points as well, those activity points will be huge if you can rack those up throughout the day. Austin unable to secure the pin. Does get 2 near fall. And now with a double arm bar and now sitting his hips through. Going to be hard pressed to see Bomb Camp get out of this one. And Kosman picks up the win with the stack. We're going to keep the action here on mat number 2 as Brody Meese up 13-0. We're going to see Meese's older brother Ashton in action at 160 pounds a little later today. And folks, now on mat number 1, going to get our first look of the day, my first look of the season. Here at Dodgeville, freshman Haken Peterson, who gets the quick takedown on a Miles Welsh, a sophomore from Iowa Grand Highland, and a good dump there by Peterson as he keeps control of the arm. Peterson won a title at 88 pounds at Fargo, has grown into the weight pretty well here. Even if he were giving up a size advantage, I think what he more than makes up for it in technique and quickness as well. He's already up 7-1, 30 seconds into this match. So he goes to work with the cradle at the edge of the mat, looking to pick up a quick pin on Welsh. Gonna still pick up 2 more near fall. It's gonna let Welsh up. It's gonna make the score a 9-2. Just 1 minute into this quarterfinals match at 106 pounds, and another quick takedown by Peterson to go up 11-2 now. Over on mat number 1, looks like we have an early 4-0 match between Alborz Denai of Belmont Platteville and Chris Halverson of Mineral Point. And we have a 13-4 match here on mat number 2 now. It's Peterson with a nice low single. And the dump, going to make it 15-4. And we will head to the second period while Peterson with a chin whip, looking to pick up even more points before the end of the period. Nonetheless, a dominant first couple of minutes for the freshman out of Dodgeville. Peterson, like we said before, coming in as the 1 seed. For the SWC. Do have a quick locked hands call there at the start of the period by Welsh. Nice awareness there by Peterson, who still gets up for the escape. The action keeps going on the locked hands as the bottom man makes progression. Now with that takedown and another cut by Peterson. It's going to be, I think it might be 18-4. We'll see official Ryan McGuire conferring with the table workers at table 2. Right now, score changed to 17-4. I think regardless, Peterson going to be a takedown away from winning his quarterfinals match as Peterson closes out his tech fall here. Gonna head over to mat number 1 where it looks like we have some fresh action taking place. Looks like might have just missed a throw as we have fresh match at 113. Looks like a Fenimore singlet, so let me take a look at the bracket. That's Dalton Leffler, who picks up a quick pin on Rolando Santos of Richland Center. So big win by the 15-16, now 16-16, a junior to advance to the semis. He'll be taking on the winner of Jace Connor of Iowa Grand Highland and Charlie Might of Dodgeville. All right, we got a question here from one of our viewers and fellow commentator John Mackey, who thank you, John, for tuning in the action. John, a little nostalgia value with you here at Richland Center. I mean, I know I talked about it a little earlier just to start off the broadcast, but I mean, pick your poison at 138 pounds. You know, I'm always down to watch an Owen Sefrud Rhett Koenig match, a rematch of the state finals that we could see in the semis today. It said Sefrud only one of his losses in his career, not to Rhett Koenig. And then the winner of that one gets a chance to take on Lucas Sullivan of Mineral Point, who Sullivan actually beating Koenig at the bi-state finals earlier this year. Koenig did get the best of Sullivan in a match later in the year, so I believe we'll begin the rubber match today. Over on mat number 1 now at 120 pounds. I believe that's Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville with an early takedown on Lucas Christensen of Iowa Grand Highland. He's up 2-0 with 1:15 left in the first period. Have another wrestler from Iowa Grand Highland on mat number 2. Jace Connor going against Charlie Might of Dodgeville, who Might up looks like either 2-1 or it'll be 4-2 after another let up by Might. Also, for those of you tuning in, if I happen to say that a wrestler cuts their opponent, just for those of you maybe newer to the sport, if you cut someone, just means if you have a takedown on them, if you're in control, you just let them up and basically just want to go back to work on your feet again. As Mike, glad I tuned in on that action, picked up a great cradle and the pinfall. He'll be advancing to the semis at 113. We'll take the action back to mat number 1 where Weigel's up 2-0. I know John at 138, maybe the gimme answer there. So I'll check out a few more brackets here. Of course, Amron Nutter and Reed Spurley of Dodgeville at 120 pounds. That's another match that you have to have circled. They're a combined 68-0, but that match not even guaranteed as Reed Spurley has to beat Mineral Point's Roan Carey in the semifinals if he wants to get to that point. 152 pounds. I know we got a few looks at Jackson Bussey of Iowa Grant Highland this year. If he can end up making it to the finals and take on Luke Kramer, Prairie du Chien, that'll be a great gauge for the freshman as we're going to be heading into our postseason portion of the season. And next week, Kramer, state place winner from last year. Bussey, who at 25-7 just looks absolutely impressive as a freshman at 152. Right now on mat number 1, got a close one here. One of our first close matches that we have here at 120. Weigel up 2-0 after that takedown. Make it 4-0 now on Christensen. Iowa Grant Highland, another team. I know they lost a lot of starters from last year, but with what they have coming back, or what they had coming in, I should say, that's a great freshman class and a team that for the next few years we could see them contending to take out Fenimore. I got to watch a 4-team little quad between Fenimore, Iowa Grant Highland, Riverdale, and Mineral Point, and at least that night, Fenimore, who's the defending D3 team champ, seems to be on another level. Picking up wins over those 3 teams, but Iowa Grant Highland, they can keep building. And we're going to see a lot of fun duels and tournaments between those 2 teams the next couple of years. Iowa Grant Highland, of course, led by their head coach Ryan Allen, who a great wrestler. He picked up a national championship or 2 at UWL, wrestling heavyweight. I think if there's a tournament between the coaches, I might need to give the edge to Allen at a hypothetical tournament like that. Looks like Weigel picking up a pinfall over on mat number 1. Over on mat number 2, we have a 7-1 match. We're going to stay off the camera for that one real quick as we got a fresh match starting here on mat 1 between Minch of Fenimore and Gilbert of River Valley. We'll continue, John. I would say if you're still tuned in here, I'm excited potentially to see that Wolf Theory matchup at 195 as well. I really say a 120 and 138 take the cake, not just for finals matches, but semifinals matches as well. At 285, I think we're going to cap off the day with the fun one if Evan Grotz of Fenimore and Porter Mandarano of Belmont Platteville end up meeting up. We got a lot of wrestling taking place before then, as right now on mat number 2, as we get into our 126-pound quarterfinal action. Sorry, mat number 1. That's Brecken Minch of Fenimore. He's up 2-0 on Richard Gilbert of River Valley. Make that 4-0 now as he's looking to work that cradle. Sorry, I got a little delay on the call here for mat 1, folks. Kind of got a little wall in my way, so just making the necessary adjustments up top here in the press box to get the best vantage point. As Minch picks up more near fall here on the tilt. Now with a good half in on a Gilbert. There is 20 seconds left in the period. Gilbert able to fight his arm through. Able to get up. He'll pick up 1, but not before Minch picks up a few more near fall. He's going to be up 9-1. 5 seconds left in the first. We'll see if Minch manages to get another shot off here in the closing seconds. And hey, Gilbert looking to take the shot there. We're going to head to the second period. Minch will be up 9-1 there. And we're going to head over to mat number 2. For 126 pounds. We got Nathan Johnson of Dodgeville. You know, we talked about that really good trio from 106 to 120 for Dodgeville. Nathan Johnson, who a 14-8 freshman at the Bi-State tournament, had one of the biggest seeding upsets in the first round. Looked like he had a half and a bar. Was looking for the pin. Potentially dangerous called by the official there, but Johnson, another one of those wrestlers, don't let his record deceive you. I think a product of having really good partners in the wrestling room and, of course, your own hard work. He's someone these next few years who we could see form into a really solid wrestler as well. Already a solid wrestler, as we saw at his run in the Bi-State tournament. Now at 4-0, 45 seconds left in the first period. And we'll keep the action on Johnson here for just a moment. We now have 31 seconds left on the reset. Now we're going to head to the second period here, a 4-1 lead for Johnson. Johnson, who at 126, we'll check out the other side of the bracket here. Winner of Johnson and Trester are going to be taking on the freshman of Iowa Grand Highland, Hunter Stevens, who we won't be seeing until the semis today, but Stevens one of those guys that when he's on the mat, I just view as appointment viewing. Not just skill technically, but I just love the fight that he brings. And it seems like he has an endless gas tank as well, which is a trait you see more in upperclassmen than freshmen. Winner of this match right now on mat 2 will be squaring off against Stevens. Looks like Minch and Gilbert still going at it on mat number 1. Minch now up 11-1 there off screen. Winner of Minch and Gilbert will be taking on Drake Ingham of Prairie du Chien in the semifinals. Johnson right now working with the bar, trying to find that half again. If you can get that bar and half in, just makes it hard to stop from either angle. Johnson staying persistent with that arm bar at the moment. Now with a double bar in and looking to maybe get a stack here. The second double bar we see of the day. And Johnson sits that leg through a textbook double bar. If Trester can fight his way out of this one, that would be impressive. Somehow managing to keep the shoulder blades up for now as there's 10 seconds left in the period and able to slip an arm through. Johnson will pick up 3 more near fall. But I think his arm might have came up the back there of Trester. Another potentially a dangerous call. Nonetheless, Nathan Johnson at Dodgeville up 10-1. We're going to head to the second period of that match. Looks like it was Trester's choice. He's going to defer. Johnson's going to opt to go neutral. Johnson right now in good control of that match. Breckenminch did pick up the victory over on mat number 1. We're going to head over. This is a pretty fun first or quarterfinals match, I would say. We have a Cade Rule of Fenimore, 21-11 sophomore. Noah Radke of River Valley, a 20-9-5 sophomore. Two names that are very noticeable within their respective communities. As a Rule related to state champion Kylie Rule. Kylie winning at 132 at the inaugural girls state tournament last year. And Noah, of course, some relation. I always want to assume a brother or cousin, but I'm assuming he's related to Landon Radke, who was a state qualifier for the Blackhawks last year. Good scramble here on the edge of the mat. Right now, folks, already got a 5-4 matchup here in the quarterfinals at 132 pounds. Winner of this one going to be taking on Elliot Biba in the semis. So, going to have good matches throughout here at 132. You'd say on paper, Biba the favorite, maybe a slight favorite coming in, but, and of course you have a state place winner, Ian Kraft from Fenimore, on the other side as well. Nathan Johnson does pick up the win on mat number 2. Radke right now in control of Rule, 15 seconds left. Radke currently down 5-4. And a locked hands call on Radke. Had that mat return with the double. And you do get some reaction time to unlock those hands, but I think Radke keeping his hands together on that mat return just a little too long. So going to be 6-4, which could end up being a big point, but nonetheless in a match like this, plenty of points left to be had. So we start the second period. Rule starts down, gets a quick escape to make it 7-4. Rule, who qualified for state at 113 last year in a Division III. Radke last year in the postseason, a sectional qualifier. Losing his first 2 matches of the day. Seems to have kind of used that to fuel his fire this year as a 29-5. Pretty solid sophomore campaign. Rule with the takedown and keeping Radke to his back as well. He's going to go up. Looks like he's up 8-6. Going to be even more if near fall gets assessed here, but that's assuming Radke makes it out of this period. Rule with a full minute to work and just make small adjustments to get a pin. Looking to put all his weight on the shoulders of the River Valley sophomore. And there is the fall call as we get a Cade Rule, Elliot Biba semifinal match here at the SWC SWAL Clash. And I believe Rule and Biba last year with a couple of good battles. Rule did beat Biba at this tournament last year in the semifinals. Pinned Biba at sectionals last year as well. So in 2-0 against Biba, Biba ended up on the podium at 113 as he made the finals at state. Over on mat number 2 off screen, Ryder Koenig is up 12-0. We're going to keep the action here on mat number 1 as Ryder Koenig of Prairie du Chien looks to advance to the semis. New action here on mat number 1. You know, we were talking about Ian Kraft for a little bit from Fenimore. Now we get to see him in action as he's taking on Joe Esser, a 19 and 15 senior from Lancaster. Currently no score early into this match, and Esser, good shot defense. Does have Kraft, has his leg up high on the shelf. And Kraft able to take the action out of bounds, still 0-0. You'd say on paper Ian is the favorite, but Esser showing a little fight. A nice pick there by Kraft, he's going to go up 2-0 now. About halfway through that first period. We'll keep the action here for now. That's a fun little scramble to see to start off that match at 132. So the winner of Kraft and Esser are going to be taking on Ryder Koenig in the semifinals. And some of these brackets, just an absolute battle to get to the finals. And you know, as we saw too, there's really some good battles to make it to the semis as well, as Kraft now picking up some near fall, extending his lead to 5-0. We'll tune back in on that, Matt. If we see any developments there, but we'll get a look here at one of the 138-pounders that all the folks want to see today. It's Mr. Lucas Sullivan of Mineral Point. State runner-up last year, 36-3 on his senior campaign. He's going to be taking on Nick Stitzer of Riverdale right now, and Sullivan going to work on top at the moment. My podcast co-host, Steve Lurkwin, and I always talk, last place you want to be on a wrestling mat is wrestling a Mineral Point wrestler when they're on top. They're just absolutely hammers in these situations. Sullivan looks to have a ball and chain right now, able to sink that arm through the elbow of Stitzer. Going to pick up some near fall points here. The closing seconds of the first period to go up 5-0. Still holding on, has a 2-on-1 with that wrist. Looking for a couple more tilt points before the end of the first, but not enough time left to get two swipes for that near fall call. Let into the second, Sullivan up 5-0. And looks like Kraft ended up pouring it on a little bit on Esser. He was up 9-0, I think, and then he picked up the pin. So Fenimore racking up bonus points early and often. Now Kraft's teammate Jaden Glassbrenner looking to join a slew of Golden Eagle teammates in the semis here at the Conference Clash. Glassbrenner taking on Wyatt Knockreiner, a 25-12 sophomore from River Valley. Glassbrenner with a takedown. Currently up 2-0 with 1:20 left in the first period. Seems to have an armbar locked in now, right in the center of the mat, too. Trying to find the wrist of Knockreiner. Knockreiner keeping that right knee out, but Glassbrenner staying persistent with the bar. Now has the wrist, does get the turn. We'll see if he can keep that right arm of Knockreiner trapped. Now sinking his hips back. Seems like almost every Fenimore wrestler that's been out on the mat in these quarterfinals has either picked up a pin or a tech so far. You know, I'd say the team story of the day got to be between Fenimore and Prairie du Chien. Prairie du Chien looks to be a little short-handed. They don't have a wrestler at 113. Glassbrenner picking up another pin there. Right now, Fenimore already with the 107 points, already sprinting away from the competition for now. Mineral Point second with 70 points. Dodgeville third with 65. Prairie du Chien fourth with 56. Belmont Platteville fifth with 49.5 points. Next match here on mat number 1. Get our first look here at our 3-time state champ, Rhett Koenig, who's taking on Jackson McGuire of Iowa Grant Highland. McGuire's a 16-5 sophomore. Part of a murderer's row for Iowa Grant Highland from about 126 to 152, I would say. I think they had 5 in a row in the finals at the Richland Center Invite in late December. Now, speaking of Koenig in this 138 bracket, the only top 3C we didn't get a chance to see on the mat is Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk, who over on mat number 2 picked up a quick pin over Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville. Yeah, Ulrich, a pretty good wrestler in his own right, but Sefrud just making quick work of the sophomore. Right now, Koenig up 2-0 midway through the first period over on mat number 1. Off the mat over on mat number 2. We got Taryn Riley of Mineral Point and Bryce Buxton of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern. Folks, I'm just going to try a quick little experiment here. I think I'm going to try 2 mats out here since we have our quarterfinals on mats 1 and 2. Let me know what you think of the 2 mat view quick. So we got 17 people tuned in now. We're just in the quarterfinals. Love to see the online crowd building up a little bit. You know, even if you were to make it to Richland Center, which we all love our live wrestling action, it's basically standing room only at this point here in the field house. We're going to keep the action on at 2 mats right now as we have our quarterfinals here. Over on mat number 2, that's Taryn Riley, who's up 4-0 now. On mat number 1, Koenig up 2-0 heading into the second period, and with Koenig being a 3-time state champ, not a guy who racks up points in bunches. He just, well, like I say, he just wins. He does all the fundamentals correctly. He's a hard-nosed. He just grinds his way to victories. He quietly picks up his points as he's now up 4-0. You're just hard-pressed to find him in bad position, which is good fundamental wrestling. And he does that at a high level. So getting a chance to see now a couple of state finalists here on mat 1 and 2 in the quarterfinals. Won't be Koenig and Riley as they're in different weight classes, but I think we're going to be seeing state finalists against each other already coming up in the semis after this, which we're getting close to midway through this first round. Koenig now up 7-0 on mat 1. 2 7-0 matches, actually, both in the second period. Over on 1. Koenig looking to pick up a pin over it there, pick up some good bonus points for Prairie du Chien, and does exactly that. Riley had a cradle locked up as well for a moment on mat number 2. And real quick here, as we got some semis coming to fruition. I'll just gonna load my brackets up here again real quick. We got everything confirmed up to 132. At 126, Hunter Stevens and Nathan Johnson, Brecken Mensch of Fenimore, and Drake Ingham of Prairie du Chien round off the 126 semis. Get to see Elliot Bieba of Iowa Grand Island and Cade Rule of Mineral Point. Ian Krapp of Fenimore will be wrestling Ryder Koenig. Lucas Sullivan wrestling Jaden Glassbrenner in the semis at 138. Bottom side of the bracket, the semis match of the day. Owen Sefrud of Darlington and Rhett Koenig of Prairie du Chien. Will be wrestling there. Now in our 145-pound quarterfinals, full swing as Riley's up 11-0 now on mat number 2. The new match over on mat number 1, Iowa Grand Highland sophomore Tyson Emhoff is up 2-0. Trying to cast over and pick up an even bigger lead on Drew Hurd of Prairie du Chien, who's a state place winner. That was one of the matches I was talking about in that little first round synopsis, where really looking forward to seeing it. But right now, Imhoff just in full control here at 145. We had the 12 seconds left in the first period between Imhoff and Hurd. Riley was up 17-3, picks up a pin over on mat number 2 to advance to the semis. Once we get everyone at 145 advancing on, we'll be talking about those semis matches as Imhoff up 8-0 now on Hurd. Imhoff last year, I think, looked like he might not have made the varsity lineup for the postseason for Iowa Grand Highland. Don't know if he happened to be hurt or not. But nonetheless, a win over Hurd here would be another great feather in his cap. And Imhoff was looking to take Hurd to his back. Hurd got a takedown, I think some near fall. And Imhoff able to roll through. So Hurd with only 2 points on the board, so looks like not enough assessed for any near fall there, which would have made things a little more interesting. But now Imhoff with the reversal makes the score 10-2. New match here at 145, Zyler Zandelwitz of Fenimore and Tyler Kissamore of Belmont Platteville are squaring off against each other on that orange mat on the right side. Mat number 2, orange mat on the right. Mat number 1 is the mat on the left. I'll gonna put my mic down for a second while I type in the comments here, just to give folks an idea of what's going on while we have the Zoom out. All right, folks, just wanted to put that in the comments for those of you tuning in, just to give you a good sense of the optics. Looks like Zandowitz does pick up the win on mat number 2. Another Fenimore wrestler, another match where they don't go the full 6 here into the quarterfinals. Mat number 1 now, we got another impressive Iowa Grand Highland freshman. I'm going to sound like a broken record here in the middleweights. But Jackson Bussey's up 5-0 on Eli Christova, Darlington Blackhawk. Going to pick up even more near fall here as he has the half in. Now looking to scoop the head and pick up the arm, but Chris able to roll through. Going to be 8-0, and I think there might be three Chris wrestling for Darlington Blackhawk today. I think it might be Eli, Ty, and Ross. If there's anyone watching on YouTube right now, if you know the relations of the Chris or the Christ from Darlington Blackhawk, please let me know. I always like knowing the information on that. Also, if you're tuning in, if you're liking what you're seeing so far, hey, you don't even need to like the commentary. You can watch this on mute if you want. But if you have folks that you know want to watch this, I'll repost the link here for sharing. Or if you caught us on social media, feel free to share our post on social media. So we can get more folks tuning in from home. Conference tournament weekend, always a busy weekend in the state of Wisconsin. Last year, my coach and I recapped 30 conference tournaments from last year. I know there's about 4 or 5 that take place on Friday night. Still 25 tournaments today. I love this style that these two conferences do. You see a lot of conferences that look like regional rematches or a preview of regionals for the following week. So to get those tournaments where you mix 2 conferences, maybe mix up the competition a little bit, and eventually just makes for a better product overall. I really like combining the conference concept. I know the Scenic Bluffs, the Six Rivers, and the Ridge and Valley Conference all combine their conference tournaments as well. The Scenic Ridge and Rivers Conference, which I believe being wrestled in New Lisbon today. So a lot of good action here. I'm glad we can bring you the action here from the Richland Center Fieldhouse. Got some fresh matches starting. Well, Bussey's up 14-0 now, so we will have a fresh match over there. On mat number 2, we got a close match here into the quarterfinals heading into the second. Trevin Thielman of Richland Center's up 2-0 on Braden Pickle of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern. Pickle a 25-13, a sophomore. Starting the period on top. Needs to watch his hip positioning, though. As Thielman grabs the ankle and then the head of Pickle. Pickle bailing out to just give up a reversal, but Thielman might be able to cast over here. As we got a slap of the mat on mat number 1, and a Bussey picks up the pinfall. So he'll be advancing to the quarterfinals as we got action here starting at 152. I'll see if I can update the brackets for you, the bracket look quick. So at 145, our semifinals are going to be at the top of the bracket. Taryn Riley of Mineral Point, Tyson Emil of Iowa Grant Highland, squaring off at the top of the bracket. Bottom of the bracket, Tyler Zandowitz of Fenimore and Landon Radke of River Valley, who had a bye to the semis. That should be a pretty good semis match there. Thielman looking to pick up a pin here at the end of the second period on mat number 2. Over on mat number 1, I think it's got to be some quick blood time here as we're 33 seconds into that one. Get to see a Mineral Point River Fenimore match over there on 1, and at 152, yeah, that's Jimmy Tibbetts of Mineral Point and Max Miles of Fenimore. Miles a 13-6 sophomore, Tibbetts a 14-15 senior. Right now, Tibbetts up 2-0 in the early goings of that match. Does have a reverse half-in and almost got the turn and jump sides. Good switch attempt there by Miles. Tibbetts staying persistent on the half right now. If he gets off to the side here, though, we'll probably just see a reset in the action. And there it is as Tibbetts goes out of bounds, still holding on to a 2-0 lead, but a tough ride right now from the Mineral Point senior. Looking for a 3-quarter Nelson attempt on mat number 2 is Trevin Thielman. Other folks might know that move as the Assassin. I want to thank you folks again for tuning in here or the live stream of the SWC SWAL Clash. Trevin Thielman currently up 12-5 on mat number 2 on Brendan Pickle. We got a 2-1 match now in the closing seconds of the first period on mat 1. And it looks like we are going to head to the second with a 1-point match here at 152. So we saw Jackson Busty of Iowa Grand Highland already pick up the win here in this bracket. Last match that we'll have on the slate is actually coming up right now as we have Luke Kramer squaring off against Talon Childs of Riverdale. Kramer, 37-4 senior, at Childs, a 21-15 a sophomore. Kramer, if you can see it from this distance, you're kind of hard pressed to see the clock and the score, but Kramer with the knee pad on his left knee. Childs in on an early front head. Kramer able to circle out, shake it off a little bit. So we just got some injury time here on mat number 1. Nothing too serious as they look to get the action started again. 2-1 match there on mat 1. Already more combined points scored here on mat 2 as Kramer with an early 4-0 lead. Right now, riding Childs in the middle of the mat. Got a tough ride right now from Miles over Tibbetts on mat number 1. Look at either if he doesn't pick up near fall, just head into the third period with his choice in a 1-point deficit. 51 seconds left over there. We'll stay tuned in on that action right now as Kramer looks to be in good control over here on mat number 2. And it looks like Miles has a cradle locked up in the middle of mat number 1. Tibbetts does have an arm free. Miles trying to roll through. Just got a little too greedy thinking about that cradle attempt. You want to have that arm locked up if you're the top guy, and Tibbetts with the reversal. Now up 4-1, was working a half and a potentially dangerous call. Fenimore head coach Chad Stelt not thrilled with that cradle attempt. Now Tibbetts going to work on top here with 15 seconds left. Still plenty of match left, though. Remember, it is Miles' choice heading into the third with a 3-point deficit. Still 4-0 over on mat number 2 between Kramer and Childs. So we're in the bottom half of our 152-pound bracket at the SWC SWAL Clash. And as we start the third period, it's like I'll check the track dashboard here quick. But it looks like they may have started neutral here in the third. So Miles feeling more confident, or his coach is feeling more confident in him on his feet. Kramer picking up a couple more backs there on mat number 2 as he goes up 8-0. Right now, Kramer's up 8-1, now working a front head position. Now, I talked about a potential team race between Fenimore and Prairie du Chien, but Fenimore has just been racking up the points here. Right now, Tibbetts trying to work in on a double leg, but just a good sprawl defense there by Miles as there's 109 left, but Miles has got to be the one on the offensive here. Now Tibbetts in on another shot as the arms locked around the legs and driving through Miles. Miles looking for a neck wrench, but Tibbetts gets the 2 to make it 6-1. And I think gonna pick up some near fall as well to make it 8-1 now. From mat number 2, Kramer looking to secure a pin, but time runs out in the second period. Kramer's still going to get a couple near fall points, so he'll be up 12-1 now. Looks while we wait for these matches to finish, I'm going to put the mic down just for a few seconds here, and then I'll be back calling the action once we get closer to 160. All right, folks, just being the only guy on the mic, gotta pick my spots with taking short little breaks here and there on the championship side. Now, I had a couple of matches that were pretty well in control at the end of 152, but picking back up on the action here at 160 pounds. Mat number 1 on the left side, Maddox Gable of Darlington Blackhawk, up 30-10, or sorry, up. That is his record, is 30-10. He's up 2-0. Make that 4-1 now on Quentin Gunderson of Mineral Point. Over on mat number 2, a 1-0 match in the closing seconds of the first period between Emerson Moan of Iowa Grant Highland and Trey Schulte of River Valley. This is one of those high-end quarterfinals that we've been talking about. As I may have already not missed a match here. I'm just checking to see who's coming up, but looks like Ashton Meese probably already wrestled this round. If I looked away for 5 seconds, I'm guessing he had a match that ended early. Yeah, and Meese did get a pin in 40 seconds over Ryder Zandowitz of Fenimore. So if you're an Ashton Meese fan, folks, you wanted some commentary on that, no worries. We will be seeing plenty of the Riverdale senior later on. Right now, Gable up 6-2 on mat number 1. Winner of Gable and Gunderson faces the winner of Jeremiah Avery of Cuba City and Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien and Landon Bush of Cuba City. The match over on mat number 2, which is currently 1-0. Winner of that one will be facing a Meese. Right now, Moan still up 1-0. I want to see, looks like Moan picked up a penalty point in the first period over Schulte, which in a match like this could maybe prove to be the difference maker the way the scoring is going right now. Is Moan with a pretty tough ride. Already been on top 90 seconds in to this second period. Looking to head to the third with the 1-point lead, and I'm guessing it'll be his choice as well. Off the mat action, I'm guessing that's Miss Emma Haiti of Richland Center who picked up a victory there. Haiti's brother Ethan wrestling in the semis a little later at 106 pounds on the varsity side of things. Emma and Ethan's father, a coach for North Crawford Seneca. I got to talk to him at Bi-State. It was absolutely awesome. Bi-State was the first tournament he got to watch both his kids wrestle, and you could tell he was just absolutely beaming about it. And a great dude, too. Raised a couple of good kids. He's coaching over, I believe, North Crawford Seneca's over in that Scenic Ridge and Rivers Conference tournament today. It looks like Schulte did pick up an escape over on mat number 2. Now to start the third, we're already on our feet as Mona's up 2-1, and so we'll keep the call over on this one as we got a fresh match on mat number 1 between Ty Chris of Darlington Blackhawk and Gavin Hinderman of Iowa Grant Highland. But for now, let's stay tuned in here on a 1-point match here in the quarters. given the nature of bracketing, you might not find a lot of close matches or matches that go the distance in the quarterfinals. But at a tournament like this, the depth does run it pretty deep to where we'll see some quality matches like we're seeing now between Amon and Schulte. 1 minute, 10 seconds left. Trey Schulte down at 2-1 to Emerson Mohn. And a good shot there by Schulte. Had a single, switching off to the double. Looking to cover the hips, and Mohn trying to grab an ankle to scramble, but to no avail. Schulte just got in pretty deep. He's up 3-2 now with 35 seconds left in the third period. And with the escape by Mohn, we have a 3-3 match with 15 seconds left in the third. Mohn in on a shot himself now, but Schulte get him extended up. Mohn able to pull up and drive through, and we'll have a reset with 6 seconds left in the third. 31-12 Schulte, 17-6 Mohn, I believe. Schulte in with the shot at the end of the third now, and unable to finish, not enough time to operate. As folks, guess we're not paying for the stream, but get some extra wrestling nonetheless. I was going to say free wrestling. But heading into sudden victory, got a 1 minute period. First person to score in this period wins. As we've seen the two wrestlers trading shots in the end of the third period. Now Mohn with a shot of his own. Does have his head outside on the double leg. At the edge of the mat. Has his legs in, and the takedown called. Good drive by Mohn. Keeps the toes in at the edge. And Schulte had good defense, but Mohn showing off the strength there. Since the match he wrestled 100 times, they each win 50. And a junior from Iowa, Grant Highland, a team that's looking to be in the thick of the team race, at least, maybe for that second place team race behind Fenimore for now. Gets a big win as Mohn guaranteed a top 4 placement at 160 pounds. So already got some fireworks here. In the quarterfinals. Can't imagine what we'll be getting in the semis. As folks, I highly recommend tuning in. 120-pound semis. We're going to have Roan Carey of Mineral Point, Reed Spurley of Dodgeville. And 138-pound semis, Owen Seffrood of Darlington Blackhawk, Rhett Koenig of Prairie du Chien. Now on the mat at 160, you got Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien, Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern. Avery, the number 1 seed on the SWC side. Over on mat number 1, that match between Christ and Hinderman. Hinderman's up 4-2 right now in the closing seconds of that second period. So things heating up at the moment in these quarterfinals. Had a great sudden victory finish on mat number 2. Now mat number 1 heading into the third with a 2-point differential. Avery looking to pick up the pinfall over on mat 2 on that right side right now. And gets exactly that. Gets the pin in 1 minute and 17 seconds. Now we got a 6-2 match over on mat number 1. These Iowa Grand Highland wrestlers just absolutely seem to thrive in these close scenarios. Now, folks, with that pin by Avery on mat number 2, that completes the 160-pound semifinals. Folks, so we got a 6-4 match now on mat number 1. Real quick, mat number 2, Dietrich Buchholz of Riverdale and Mason Winch of Dodgeville squaring off. Right now, Ty Chris of Darlington Blackhawk going to work on top. Got a stall warning against Hinderman. But only 20 seconds left. Gonna need to find a turn fast. So we reset in the middle, 15 seconds left. Ty Chris looking to avoid at least seating-wise the upset bid, but Henderson able to find a leg from the bottom position. And he can just hold on there and hang on for the 6-4 victory as he'll advance to the semis at 170 pounds. Over on mat number 2, we got a 2-0 match between a Winch and Buchholz. Winch is up currently, but Buchholz had a quick reversal. Winch hitting him with the reversal right back and a quick pin. It's a lot of good action on bottom, but Winch ends up picking up the victory over Buchholz. He'll advance to the semis at 170. Real quick, 160-pound bracket. Going to have Riverdale's Ashton Meese and Iowa Grand Highlands Emerson Moan at the top of the bracket. Bottom of the bracket, we're going to have Maddox Gable of Darlington at Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien. Should be another pretty good semi there. 170 pounds right now. We'll talk more about those semis once that bracket gets completed. I think we might see a quick pin over on mat number 1. It's a 2-2 match, though. That's Brogan Brewer of Prairie du Chien, who I'm guessing might have given up a surprise takedown early to Fox Austin of Cuba City. Gets the reversal and the pinfall. So Austin may have just awoken a sleeping giant after an early takedown, and Brogan Brewer advances to the semis. Prairie du Chien wants to get back into a team race with Fenimore. These upper weights are where they're going to have to thrive. Over on mat number 2, a fresh match there now. Fenimore's Nathan Blaschke taking on Richland Center's Cole Breininger. Breininger 27-10 at junior, Blaschke at 23-14 sophomore. Blaschke last year a state qualifier at 170 pounds. Right now, that tilt on mat number 2 is scoreless. New match that we're going to be seeing on mat number 1. Caden Rhines, who looks to join a few of his Riverdale teammates in the semis. He picks up a quick takedown over TJ Bell of a Boscobel, a 9-4 senior. Still no score over on mat number 2. Real quick, while we got wrestling going on, Prairie du Chien, man, don't know what the scoring format for this tournament is, but it just seemed to rack up the points quickly here. It's Fenimore up 151 to 145.5 against Prairie du Chien. Blaschke gets in on a good single leg. Nice defense, though, by Breininger. We're going to head to the second period. All knotted up at 0 right now. Over on mat number 1, Rhines does pick up the pinfall. So we got our first 182-pound match squared away here. Good mat return by Breininger on mat number 2. Might need to watch the angle of that return, though. Nice job keeping his hands away, getting away from the locked hands. And Blaschke able to grab a leg of Breininger, and he's going to pick up a reversal. Had a leg turk in there for a second as well. So we're going to reset in the middle here. 125 left on mat number 2. Nathan Blaschke of Fenimore up 2-0. All right, now up on mat number 1 at 182 pounds. We have Ross Christ of Darlington, the third of the Christ trio from Darlington Blackhawk. He's taking on Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville. Got a couple 2-0 matches right now as Christ looking to pick up a quick pin. It's going to take a quick break from the mic as we'll get a new match started on mat number 1. We'll tune back in here for Blaschke and Breininger in just a moment. All right, folks, got to tune back in for the tail end of this one as we have a 2-2 match now between Blaschke and Breininger. Breininger with a big escape to end the second to make it 2-1, and now we're all knotted up here. Breininger, the junior out of Richland Center, Blaschke, the sophomore out of Fenimore. All right, got Mr. Sean Ruland, Breininger. All right, thank you for the correction there, Sean. I want to try to get as many pronunciations correct as possible. Thank you for tuning in, Sean. As right now looks like Mr. Breininger looking to pull off maybe an on paper upset. Record-wise, Cole does have the better record. Blaschke in on a big blast double there to go up 4-2 now, with 45 seconds left. Also, I was like getting a little wrestling history as well. Ryan Breininger, a great wrestler at Richland Center. It's like I think we got a match come and go on mat number 1 real quick. It's like Porter Mandarano on mat number 1 as we're getting into heavyweight here. He picked up a quick pinfall. So we're talking about that, both literal and figurative gigantic matchup at heavyweight that we could see between Mandarano and Gratz. Mandarano doing his part in the quarterfinals. As now, folks, we have a quarterfinals action on mat number 3 as the JV mat has been moved to just mat number 4. Bode Brockhop of Iowa Grant Highland looking to pick up a pinfall via cradle on Isaac Duran of Dodgeville. Also got a little intel on the Chris's. Brockhop does pick up the fall on mat 3. Blaschke gets a 4-3 win on mat number 2. So Ross, Eli, and Ty all wrestling for a Darlington Blackhawk. Got the intel that they, quote unquote, they are related. We just don't know how. So there is that relation there. Now on mat number 2, we talked about Mandarano picking up the fall on mat 1. Get to see the 1 seed from the SWAL, Evan Gratz of Fenimore. Only 3 losses on his junior campaign so far. He's taking on Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien, a 9-5 freshman. As Gratz, a great send-by to his single leg, and with the go-behind is going to go up at 2-0 in the early goings of that match. 220-pound match on mat number 3. We have a Hudson Brown of Iowa Grant Highland and Caden Courier of Riverdale. Checking, it looks like we're getting consolation action started on mat number 1. I'm going to move over, try to get a zoom here between mat number 2 and 3. Going to put the mic down for just a second. As Gratz looking for the pin at the edge of the mat. We'll keep things over on mat number 2 for a second. So we get to the closing moments of our quarterfinal action here at the SWC at SWAL Clash. Gratz picking up 3 near fall, I should say, to make it 5-0. Hudson Brown on mat 3 picks up the pinfall to advance to the semis at 220 pounds. And we still have a couple matches left here on mat 2 and 3. As I'll get this camera situated here quick. And not ideal positioning, at least camera-wise. But we'll stay on mat number 2 as it looks like consolation action going to get started here. And this is going to be the second consolation round, as there's pretty much buys through the first consolation round at 152. So we got a couple 152 consolation matches, have a 138 consolation match taking place as Gratz looks for the pinfall and gets it. I believe we have one more championship match taking place here on mat 2. It's going to be at 285 between Brian Lazaro of Darlington Blackhawk and Brett Bindle of River Valley. Real quick here as we get this match started here on mat 2. think we left off at 160 pounds when discussing the semifinals matches. Folks, I'd like to hear everyone else's favorite semifinals matches that they're personally looking forward to. So I know I spoke my piece on it, but I'd love to hear what the people tuning in think. As a quick throw, I think we might have our... And don't have a pin, we just have some injury time. As Lazaro got a quick throw on Bindle. I think he was looking for a pin too, and I think something might have just happened to Bindle's arm, might have just got jogged out of place. So they're just going through it with the trainer right now, going through the test to make sure he can still compete for the rest of this match. It'll be a 5-0 lead for Lazaro if we continue here. And while we wait, folks, we got through 160 last time, 170-pound semifinals. You have Gavin Hinderman of Iowa Grand Highland, who beat the 1 seed on the SWAL side of things, and Ty Chris of Darlington Blackhawk. He's taking on Mason Winch of Dodgeville. The top side. Bottom side, Nathan Blaschke of Fenimore, who survived a scare against Cole Brenninger of Richland Center. He's taking on Brogan Brewer of Prairie du Chien. 182-pound semis. You have Caden Rhines of Riverdale and Ross Christ of Darlington Blackhawk. And then Wyatt Annan of Fenimore. He's going against Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien, which is a big swing match, at least in the team race scheme of things. Hey, glad to see we're getting the action started back on mat number 2. As Lazaro now looking to complete that pinfall he was looking for to start the match. $195 semifinals. We got Cameron Wolf of Fenimore, who picked up a 21-second pin. I think we might have just missed him on the camera. He's taking on Zach Earns of River Valley. Bottom side of the bracket, Bode Brockhop of Iowa Grand Highland, and Blake Theory will be squaring off. At 220 pounds, Hudson Brown of Iowa Grand Highland will be squaring off against Wyatt Miles of Fenimore, a match that we could see a couple times in the postseason as well. As Lazaro does finish off the pin in the first period. And it looks like we are getting started now with some consolation action. I'll get some intel, see if we are doing some, get into the semis right away as well. But real quick, just the rest of the semis that will be seen in just a few minutes. Other side of the 220 bracket, you have Mac Buster of Mineral Point and John Walkershauser of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern. And then at heavyweight, just had that bracket completed. And Matt Allred of Mineral Point going against Porter Mandarano of Belmont Platteville. And then a couple of guys who we saw pick up pins in their first matches. Evan Grotz of Fenimore versus Brian Lazaro of Darlington. All right, folks, we got some consolation action, and then there's going to be a 15-minute break. So they're wrestling the second consolation right now. After this, that's going to be the Consi semis and the championship semis as well. I'll figure out what mat assignments are for that one. It's like Fenimore picked back up on their lead against Prairie du Chien. They're up 219 to 174 and a half. I saw someone go to their back there on mat number 2. So we've got Iowa Grand Highland. And I'll just get confirmation. Don't want to guess wrong on the singlet here. So Miles Welsh is up on Francis Hurley of Boscobel. Boscobello definitely changed up their singlet design since I was wrestling in the early 2010s. I believe looks like they got the WS on their back. I know they did co-op with Wazika Steuben for a little bit. They don't have the co-op name on at Track Wrestling. Welsh with a nice little scramble there, ending up on top in that exchange. Now trying to find a near side cradle here. Hey, kind of big implications here, you know, especially for teams that are looking to compete for the best spot team-wise here in this consolation round. You lose, you're done for the day. You win, you're automatically placing at top 8, and you still get a chance to wrestle for 5th. So if you lose early, you just got to get through those, you know, get through those high stakes. You see some guys losing kind of shut down, but then you see guys like Welsh who kind of battling out to an 8-3 lead. It'll be fun to see some of these guys wrestle their way back to 5th here. Next round, we'll be keeping the camera focused on the semis, but we'll tune into some consolation matches. We got some break on the championship side along the way. Folks, like I said, we'll be taking a 15-minute break here after consolation is done, and then once we get into semis, that action's going to be rolling, and it's going to be some absolutely electric semifinals matches. I want to thank you for tuning in. It's been a fun tournament so far. And real quick, top 5 teams here as I think we're going to have a little break time as well, because we do have a 285 match, I think, on the consolation side of things, so they'll need their 45-minute wait time. But looking at the top 5 team scores, you have Dodgeville, who's 5th right now with 87. Mineral Point 4th with 142. Iowa Grand Highland 3rd with 165. Prairie du Chien 2nd with 174.5. And Fenimore in a 1st place right now with a dominant 219. Just really no gaps in their lineup and bringing the full 14 today. Going to be hard pressed to see a team catch up to them, but looking to shake out to be a pretty good team race for that 2nd place spot as well. Folks, I'll leave the camera here on mat 2 for now. You know, if you're listening up, please share this out for folks that want to watch the semifinal action a little later. I'll be back in, I'd say, about 20-25 minutes here for the semifinal action. So stay tuned. right, folks, thank you for tuning it back in here at the SWC SWAL Conference Clash. Just finishing up consolation round 2, where getting everything narrowed down to the final 8 here. Then I believe once this 182 match ends on mat number 4 between Dagenhart and Fitzsimmons, we're going to roll right into the semis, and I believe we're going to be going on mats 2 and 3. Mat number 2, we're going to have Birchman of Fenimore and Haiti of Richland Center. Mat number 3, Kosman of Prairie du Chien, Peterson of Dodgeville. And while we wait for the matches to get started here, try to get a setup here. Looks like we might just be sticking with one mat, as mats 1 and 2 are a little further away. We won't have full mats for the 2-mat view, but I'll do my best here to switch between mats 2 and 3. I think we're going to start off right away. I have a feeling we'll get more Hawk and Peterson coverage later on, as we have Peterson and Kosman wrestling in the semis on mat number 3 at 106. Mat number 2, though, this is one that I had circled once it formulated. Cade Birchman, the 20-6 freshman from Fenimore. Ethan Haiti, a 37-4 sophomore from Richland Center. So we're going to get started with a good one right away here, folks. Folks, once again, thank you for tuning in. I'm Teague Fenwick of the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast, bringing you the action here on YouTube. Thank you for those of you tuning back into the semis. Having a little trouble, beautiful scenery down here in Richland Center. The phone signal, not so great on the other hand. I've just been having a little trouble sharing stuff out on social media. So if you have folks that are looking for a way to watch this, feel free to share that link as we get started with the action on mat number 3 between Kosman and Peterson. Right now on mat number 2, Haiti and Birchman getting ready to report against each other. We'll get a quick look here at Peterson, who got a quick takedown, a quick 2 takedowns make that. So he has a 4-1 lead now in the first period of this Conference Clash semis. Expect Dodgeville to have at least 3 finalists here in the tournament today, if not 3 champions. Now we do have Mr. Cade Birchman reporting to the table. So we're going to move the camera over to mat number 2, Birchman of Fenimore. Haiti of Richland Center, 20-6 freshman, a 37-4 sophomore. And start with a little hand fighting here in the early going. Start of our Conference Clash semis here. I'm guessing we'll keep the action here on the middle mats. So going to be playing a fun game of back and forth with the camera on this one. Right now, Birchman with a little bit of an underhook on Haiti. They fight out of the tie here. 45 seconds in. We had a 13-3 match over on mat number 3. Peterson already building up a 10-point lead. Looks like Birchman almost able to get behind Haiti. It does have the Oki in, and he'll pick up a takedown midway through the first period. He's going to go up at 2-0. Now Birchman with a tough crossbody ride in. We get down to 30 seconds left in the first period. Fenimore, we already talked about the team points a little bit, but Fenimore out of their 14 wrestlers. We'll be seeing 12 of them wrestling in the semis this afternoon. So we're at the edge of the mat. Birchman still going to work on top. And no score. They head out of bounds with a fresh start here. See if Haiti can pick up a quick point here on bottom. Has to prevent that leg of a Birchman from coming in, though. Nice chop there by Birchman, and looking to run an armbar. We'll head into the second period. Cade Birchman of Fenimore up at 2-0 on Ethan Haiti of a Richland Center. Looks like we got a little blood time right now. I think we have a tech fall over on mat number 3. Haken Peterson filling out the first half. This 106-pound final. Peterson's teammate Charlie Might gonna be up next for Dodgeville. Might gonna be taking on Fenimore Jr. Dalton Leffler. So Leffler, a good match in the quarterfinals to make it here. Now just needs to be the state champion if he wants to make the finals. Just moving the action over to mat 3 camera-wise. Nice 2-on-1 there by Mike. Does get his arm behind, and he'll get a takedown to open up to a quick lead. Now looking to cut Leffler. Take things back to their feet here now. 2-1 in favor of Might. Heading over under it for a second. Nice back trip there. And Might makes it 4-1. Gonna look for a third takedown here. The early goings of this match. Working to a 2-on-1 now. Dragging through and dragging Leffler right to his back. Might trying to keep that arm trapped. A little pancake or head throw attempt there by Might. Leffler able to bail out just in time after the near fall assist. Might up 8-2 now. Looks like we might have, so mat number 2 was an injury default. So Birchman moving on against Haiti. Hope Mr. Haiti's okay for regionals next week. Didn't necessarily see what happened, but I won't speculate on it too much. So we're going to be headed right into the 113-pound other half of the semi over on mat number 2. We got a pretty high-flying match already. That's Mr. Brody Meese of Riverdale. He's taking on Alboris Denavi of Belmont Platteville. Denavi, a 24-13 freshman. Meese also a freshman with a 36-7 record. He's currently up at 2-0. Kind of missed the exchange there as I was checking out mat number 3. Looks like Meese ended up on the favorable side of it. So we got a 105 left in the first period. And Meese with an armbar. Wouldn't be surprised to see a potentially dangerous called here. Give credit to Denavi. Pretty crazy arm flexibility or shoulder flexibility there by the Belmont Platteville freshman. And He's staying persistent with the arm bar. Has Denavi's arm basically all the way across his back. And Denavi's still holding strong. Now his arms are basically crossed across his back. As Mies just looking to make small adjustments and step over. 20 seconds left in the first period. But Mies just controlling things on top. Trying to cow-catcher Denavi essentially. Denavi, nice stand up there. Good trip by Mies at the edge of the mat. Keeps his toes in for two to make it 4-1. Nice switch attempt by Denavi to close out the first period, but Mies trapping the arm. And Denavi's arm's definitely going to be sore after this one, or when he wakes up tomorrow. And gonna choose down here. Had to fight out of a couple of arm bars to close out the first period. Riverdale with a decent showing in the first couple rounds. Only bringing 8 wrestlers, but have 3 of them wrestling in the semis. Belmont Platteville right behind Riverdale in the standings. They have Denavi, Dylan Weigel, and of course Porter Mandarano will be wrestling in the semis at heavyweight later. Right now Misa digging that arm out again, has control of the wrist. Looking for a little coffee grinder action, and Denavi was gonna look to roll an ankle there, and like Mies was almost baiting him into that situation. Mike did pick up a pin on a mat number 3. And while Mies goes to work on top here, he's up 4-1 with 1:16 left. Gonna tune into one of our highlighted semifinal matches here at 120. This is a match at 90% of tournaments. You'd love to see it as a final. You have Mineral Point's Roan Carey, a state finalist at 106 last year as a freshman, taking on Dodgeville Jr., Reed Spurley, who's 38-0 on the year. Spurley, who's about 12 matches away, I'd say, from trying to cap off 2 undefeated campaigns. Probably has one of his toughest tests yet in Carey, but a good fireman by Spurley. Does get the 2. And nice quick escape there by Carey. Spurley trying to get a little hip toss there. No loss of control awarded yet, and wow, Spurley grabbing the ankle of Carey. Carey does square up with him. Now the loss of control awarded on a fun over-under situation here. We'll see if someone goes flying. Carey is at the edge of the mat. Spurley with those long arms is able to control ties so well, and love to see that tactical wrestling that he has too. Always trying to keep his butt to the center of the mat. Carey with only 4 losses of the year, trying to defend another takedown from Spurley. He's trying to hook that ankle. Carey, good job squaring up with him as we approach that 30-second mark in the first period. Carey, 2 losses at the Cheesehead, lost in the finals at Bi-State. This is actually a rematch of the Bi-State finals where Spurley won 3-0. So Carey in a front head, but needs to be careful there. Spurley scored from a fireman's before. You know, he probably has that dump in his arsenal as well. So Carey trying to get that elbow back. Able to get on a leg, and Spurley tossing Carey through. And what a sequence there at the end of the first. Sorry we didn't catch that on camera at the edge of the mat. But both the Mineral Point and Dodgeville crowds getting into it a little bit. It's now 11-2 over on mat number 2. Gonna start the second period. Spurley up a 2-1 on Carey. Spurley finding an ankle right away, looking to turn into a scramble situation. But when you're on bottom, want to be careful when you have that near ankle and you want to roll it. If you get caught with your back exposed, could make for easy near fall points for your opponent. And a good stand up there by Spurley. And Carey just fine with taking things back to his feet. Currently down 3-1 now. Next match on mat number 2 is going to be Amron Nutter of Fenimore, Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville. Spurley's in on another shot. It's the progress stalled. Looks like we might have a little blood time. So while we wait for the blood time to pass, head over to mat number 2 real quick, where we get to check out the undefeated sophomore from Fenimore in Nutter. Carey finishing runner-up at 106. Nutter finishing a 3rd in that bracket. Nutter taking on Dylan Weigel, who is a freshman for Belmont Platteville, 40-6 on the year. It's a great freshman campaign so far. Belmont Platteville absolutely racking up the match count here before they get into regionals. Could maybe see Weigel could almost get to hitting that 50-win mark depending on how the postseason shakes out for him. We got the action started again with a little body lock by Carey, and Spurley looking to roll through, and Spurley ends up on his back. And Carey gonna pick up some backs here. Knotted it up with the takedown, 3-3. Now 6-3 after the near fall. Spurley just grabbing that arm, Carey a little high. A reversal called there, as Spurley now has Carey in a front head. And after the stand-up by Carey makes it 7-5 now. Mineral Point coaches, I think, not too happy about the reversal call. A huge turn of events for the Mineral Point sophomore. Spurley with that outside single holding the arm again. Does have that near ankle hooked. Carey almost doing the splits here. 3 seconds left in the period, and we're going to head to the 3rd. Spurley just does such a good job of setting up that single to trying to look for the dump. Just trying to get your opponent out of position, and got a caution here at the start of the 3rd. I think no caution, just a little more blood time. Over on mat number 2, we have a 0-0 match between Nutter and Weigel. Folks, things are heating up here at the SWC SWAL Clash. Right now, Amron Nutter in a 0-0 match with Dylan Weigel. Currently a tough ride on top right now, and looking to pick up some near fall points. Not enough time for swipes this time, though. Now with the tilt, does go up 2-0. We're going to take things back, though, to mat number 3. Have another 2-point match. Maybe this one a little closer in a sense, though. As after the escape by Carey early on, it's 8-5 now. Spurley in on a shot. Does have that outside single. Carey holding on strong, in on a shin whizzer now. Spurley going to look for a trip here at the edge of the mat. 90 seconds left now in the 3rd period. Reed Spurley not able to get a hold of that second leg. It's still 8-5. Spurley in on another shot. Love to see him just operating, how quickly he's operating, knowing the urgency of the situation. Carey looking to hand Spurley his first in-season loss in 2 years. Another potentially dangerous called. I think Spurley a little frustrated by that potentially dangerous. And on the outside single again, trying to find that arm. Great shot defense by Carey, about to hip over Spurley. And Spurley trying to get his hips back up. Carey just trying to get behind the Dodgeville Jr. And now at 10-5 for Roan Carey. Now riding here with 38 seconds left, but Spurley with a couple big moves in his repertoire that we've seen him try to pull out. But can Spurley even get up here in this situation to look for that? 25 seconds left. Roan Carey up on Reed Spurley. Rankings-wise, Spurley first in Division II, Carey second in D3. Carey looking to ride out here with a 5-point lead. Spurley steps over. Looking for a little roll. Does sneak out the back door. 10-7 now. Going to try to find a tilt. Has an arm bar in. Won't have enough time to get 3 swipes. And a Roan Carey of Mineral Point holds on for the 10-7 victory. Handing Reed Spurley his first in-season loss in almost 2 years. Huge win for Carey as he'll be facing the winner of this Nutter-Weigel match, where Nutter's opened up to a 7-point lead. Give credit to Weigel for sticking in here. I know Nutter basically, just from what I've seen, been in pretty good control the whole time. And folks, still have about like 35 matches left here between the semis and finals. Got to try to save my voice, but don't know if that's going to happen with what we have formulating already. Just 3 weight classes in here. Nutter, who's up 11-2 now with 20 seconds left, will look to hold on for the victory there. Up next here at 132 pounds, we have Ian Krapp of Fenimore and Ryder Koenig of Prairie du Chien. Krapp, a state place winner for the Eagles. Koenig was a qualifier last year for Prairie du Chien. Krapp in early on a shot. Was looking to find that dump, and Koenig just holding on, maybe hoping for a stalemate at this point. Trying to slow down the movement enough, but Krapp slowly putting him into a bad position. Koenig trying to scoot out now. And Krapp just trying to keep the action going enough, obviously in the favorable position here. We'll see if Koenig can get his legs up. Krapp still holding on strong to that far leg, trying to hip over. Credit to Nutter for gutting this out, but now that, sorry, not Nutter, to Koenig for gutting this out, but now that Krapp has his hips over, still trying to pull that arm down too, has just been making minor adjustments, but just can't seem to get that head out on. Now a stalemate called by the official. 26 seconds left in the first period. And another Kelly or a dump by Krapp. Ended up in the same position as before. We'll see if Koenig can hold on again. Now Krapp looking to hook an ankle, maybe try and put Koenig in some trouble. Koenig just holding on to that far arm for dear life and gonna hold on long enough as we have a 0-0 match. Heading into the second period, we'll get a quick look over here at the 126-pound semifinals. We're Hunter Stevens of Iowa Grant Highland up 2-1 right now on Dodgeville's Nathan Johnson at 15-8 freshman. And we're just for a freshman, an absolutely gritty wrestler. It's not fun to, if you're looking to square off with him for 6 full minutes. He has that ankle hook right now. And we're going to head to the second period of this match. Stevens up 4-1. We'll keep tabs on that one. Blood time right now. We still got a 0-0 match. Make that 1-0 over on mat number 3. Where Koenig did get an escape, and we were going to end right back up in that dump position with Kraft. So we'll see if Koenig maybe tries to stay out of ties a little more, but in deep on that underhook, that's exactly where Kraft wants him for that shot. You just have to wonder if it's a matter of time if they get in that position again before Kraft scores. Slowing down a little bit on the hand fighting. 40 seconds left. Koenig maybe looking for double unders here. Kraft with the shot off the edge of the mat. And a reset in the middle. Both wrestlers on their feet. 31 seconds left in the second period. And again in the same dump position. Kraft jumping over a little quicker this time. Can he find a way to pop that head out, peek it out, and get a takedown? Now fishing for the head, and Koenig gonna have to bail out, but too little too late as Kraft has a cradle. Looks like he has a cradle locked up, so it should be 2. No control called by the official as we're gonna head to the third. Oh, there is the takedown call. And a late call, even a Prairie du Chien head coach Mike Rogie not arguing that one. So Kraft up 2-1 now. We'll start with the ride here in the third. We'll see if Koenig can generate his own offense or if he can find a way to get points on top. Over on mat number 2, Stevens currently up 6-1 midway through that match with a tough ride. Johnson does find a reversal over there. So Koenig riding tough there on a 3. We'll see if Johnson can get to work on top over on mat 2. Couple of impressive freshmen here wrestling right now. And Stevens almost hipping over on Johnson. Still holding strong with a 3-point lead. Looks like we have a stalemate on mat number 3. 1:17 left in the third over there. Stevens with the escape with 10 seconds left on 2. Goes up 7-3 now. We're going to head to the third period. Stevens with the takedown right at the end. No back points, but still getting that takedown. The official explaining just not enough time for near fall swipes there. So Hunter Stevens going to be up 9-3. We got a 3-1 match here. We'll stay tuned in here on mat 3 as Koenig with a double unders in, and Kraft was looking for a throw. Koenig almost ending up on top in that exchange, but right at the edge of the mat. Nice job by, if you're going to try a throw attempt with the 2-point lead, might as well do it at the edge of the mat there. Plus, Fenimore, you look at the off-season Greco success that they had. Very familiar with their upper body positions. You even see them work on that in their warm-ups. I think part of their warm-ups is switching with those over-under looks. Now Koenig in with an overhook here. And Kraft just hops in on a leg, able to scoop that near ankle. Even if he gets the hips covered, which would be a takedown, I think just taking his time here. And a 3-1 win, but Ryder Koenig just was unable to generate any offense against Ian Kraft. Give credit to Kraft for just positioning he was keeping the whole time. Folks, we got Hunter Stevens still up 9-3 on Nathan Johnson over on mat number 2. Johnson had a cradle attempt, but Stevens snuck his head out to make it 11-3 now. And folks, we'll get some more of a look at Stevens in the finals here at 126. But we got to tune back in over to mat number 3, where we have a Prairie du Chine's Rhett Koenig, 3-time state champ, ranked first in the state, taking on a Darlington Blackhawks Owen Sefrud. Koenig, I believe, 5-0 and 5 just absolutely tough matches between the two. The last match, Koenig won an ultimate tiebreaker with an escape with 8 seconds left. And Sefrud trying to go to work on offense right now. This match here at 138. No, not the big guys, but just like two bulls going at it with the toughness that these two wrestle with. Sefrud in his career, 1 loss so far through 2 years of wrestling. That isn't to Rhett Koenig. That was to another state champion in Menominee, Kellen Aury. Nice little fake shot there by Sefrud, but Koenig not having it. Koenig looking for a high C, but nice defense by Sefrud. These two have to be so familiar with each other at this point. Just look at the collar ties, how heavy they both are with their hands. Just absolutely impressive to watch. Hunter Stevens does pick up the win over on mat number 2 over Nathan Johnson. Koenig trying to switch off to a 2-on-1. Just seems like Sefrud slowly but surely trying to keep that positioning. Started in the middle, and next thing you know, Koenig at the edge of the mat. Good snap down there by the senior out of Prairie du Chine. Getting down a little bit of an underhook, trying to get his head positioning back. Little duck attempt there by Sefrud. Now Koenig trying to find a 2-on-1. 5 seconds left in the first. And not many shot attempts, but still plenty of action between the two. We're going to head to the second with a 0-0 match. Man, if you're Sefrud, you know, you see a lot of guys where they lose to someone 5 times. They almost have a mental on that person, but Sefrud just seems to get after it more and more each time, which you love to see. Get a quick look at the action on mat number 2 here. This is another good match, folks, which is another postseason rematch from last year between Iowa Grant Highlands' Elliot Biba and Mineral Point's Cade Rule. Rule actually beat Biba twice in the postseason last year. Or sorry, beat him in the conference tournament and then at sectionals. Biba having a great campaign so far in his junior year. Currently up 2-1 on the sophomore from Mineral Point. Folks, this is where I wish I had a little better production value for you. Try to get the action on both mats. But right now, I think Koenig and Sefrud Part 6 has to be a priority for the moment. We'll do our best to switch back and forth as Koenig with the quick escape as always. I'd like to know just the total amount of time that he spent on bottom in his career, because it can't be long, just with how quick he's been able to get out. Got a 2-2 match over on mat number 2 now between Rule and Biba. Biba state runner-up at 113. So of the 4 wrestlers we see on the mats right now, you have 3 state finalists from last year and a champion. Everyone at this juncture looking to be a champion too. Sefru just staying after it on Koenig right now. You see Biba going to work on his feet. Try to get around that ankle while in that front head position. These two still hand fighting right now over on mat 3, and Sefru was looking to get around Koenig there, but the state champ staying in good position. We got a takedown over on mat 2 by Rule. It looks like we have more blood time, so now we're going to tune back in over to mat number 2 where Cade Rule a mineral point. It's up 4-2 on Elliott Biba of Iowa Grant Highland. Two matches right now, folks, where both these competitors have wrestled each other multiple times before. Got a cheer from the Iowa Grant crowd. Don't know if there was a coaching point taken away or something, or a team point taken away, I should say. It must have been some disagreement for a second. Well, I guess it is 4-3, so I'll wait for that score to update on the dashboard to see what happened. It's like a... See that there's a stall warning. May have been a stall call. Or a second stall call against Rule, but it is 4-3 over on mat number 2. We're going to take things back over to mat number 3 with Koenig and Sefrud. Sefrud doing such a good job just with that collar tie, staying active with that work hand. Just seeing the quickness that these two will move with and the control that they keep. Sorry, folks, looks like the score's been changed back to 2-4 over on mat 2. Start of the third period over there. End of the second over here with the action on mat number 3. And we're going to head into the third. Sefrud, easy choice here, going to choose down. Well, you start to wonder now, Koenig, if we happen to get to that ultimate tiebreaker position, Koenig would have the choice. So something to keep in mind right now. Sefrud has to get away first and foremost, and almost able to kick away, but right at the edge of the mat. 11 seconds into the third period over here. Right now over on mat number 2. Rule with a tough ride on Biba, still maintaining a 2-point lead. Nice job by Koenig dropping to the leg here on mat number 3. A tough mat return. Sefrud building right back to his base, looking to break those hands away. Now going to try to hop away. Koenig going to have to find a way to progress here. And wow, Sefrud almost doing like a 360 in the air, and it gets an escape. And we got some more blood time. I think accidentally there may have been a foot to Koenig's face there. We'll check out the end of a mat number 2 where Cade Rule has a 4-2 lead. 35 seconds left in the second period. Basically doing the wrestling version of NFL Red Zone right now. And Biba almost free. Rule's just holding on to a leg here. Gonna need to climb up. Does grab that second leg. Now Biba looking to kick away. And a second stall call against Rule. One more and we have a tie match. Now if you're Biba, you just need one to tie things up. And folks, we got neutral over on mat number 3. 1 minute, 15 seconds left. Bebo was looking to roll an ankle through and almost had near fall called on him, and now only 7 seconds left to work with. And now Cade Rule picking up some back points, and he'll hold on to win 4-3. Mineral Point crowd almost entirely on their feet here. Now over here on mat number 3, Koenig versus Sefrud, 1-1 at 50 seconds left. Sefrud trying to get in on a shot and forces a stall call against Koenig. Oh, folks, almost all eyes in the gym on mat number 3 now, between Owen Sefrud and Rhett Koenig. Still a tie matchup, 30 seconds left, and Koenig with the blast double gets the takedown, and taking Sefrud to his back in the process, gonna pick up some near fall. Gonna be up 6-1 with 17 seconds left. And they're gonna have a trainer come out on mat number 3. Man, what a blast double by Koenig as they're checking the shoulder of Sefrud right now. Right now on mat number 2, though, we got Lucas Sullivan of Mineral Point at 138. So the other 138-pound semi, he's up against an 18-3 senior and Jaden Glassbrenner of Fenimore. Glassbrenner, one of those gritty guys that, you know, just keeps finding ways into this varsity lineup when he can for the Golden Eagles. And just, you know, with the guys he has in the room and his work ethic combined, when he does get his spots on varsity, he makes the most of it. As right now Sullivan, another state runner-up for the Pointers, in on another shot. Sullivan looking to pick up a win here so we can get Koenig Sullivan part 3. It's looking like still got some injury time over on 3. So we'll stay focused on Sullivan and Glassbrenner right now. And Sullivan with the ride out here to end the second period. Is going to be up 4-1 on Glassbrenner. Just a quick update, folks, as we start the second period here. Other 138-pound semi. You had Koenig and Sefrud. It was a 1-1 match. Koenig found an opportunity, hit a blast double on Sefrud. I think Sefrud, you know, defended, you look for head and hands defense first. I think may have got knocked in the shoulder a little bit. He is standing up now, getting a good response from the crowd. Now, points-wise, it is 6-1. I don't know if they'll be continuing this match. You just hope Sefrud is okay going forward. If they do continue, we'll watch the rest of it, but we'll keep the action on mat number 2. Just wanted to update the folks at home watching. So it was a great match again between the two. Just, you know, explosive shot, two good athletes colliding, and Sefrud just ending up on the wrong angle of it, but it does look to be okay and in good spirits, and that's what we like to see. So we hope we can see him competing next week at the Super Regional. Back to the action there on mat number 2. Sullivan still up only 4-1. Glassbrenner has a tough ride on Sullivan at the moment. 1:06 left in the second period. Next matchup, this should be a fun one at 145 on mat 3 is Siler Zandowitz of Fenimore and Landon Radke of River Valley. Squaring off, starting off this 145-pound semifinal. Sullivan does pick up a reversal here on mat number 2. Man, folks, talking about the first 5.5 minutes of that Koenig-Sefrud match just lived up to the hype. They can barely get shots in on each other because they're so familiar with each other's game. Well, Sullivan, after that reversal, tough ride here. Does have a ball and chain. Does have that arm sunk in through the elbow on the other side, and gonna head to the third. Lucas Sullivan up 7-1 on Jaden Glassbrenner. If you think you're seeing a lot of Fenimore singlets in these semifinals, you're not going crazy, folks. They have 12 of their 14 wrestlers here wrestling in the Final Four here at the SWC SWAL Clash. We're going to zoom over to mat number 3 where Zandowitz and Radke still knotted up at 0-0. Zandowitz, who's 18-12 as a sophomore. But again, 18-12 with the Fenimore schedule, nothing to scoff at. Currently tied up with the state qualifier from River Valley. Radke at state last year did pick up a win in his first match at 145. Then lost to Caleb Manier, who ended up winning his third state title. And then Brady Shue of Monroe. Sullivan's looking for a pin over on mat number 2 at the moment. Back to the action on mat number 3. We're going to get a potentially dangerous here. As Zandowitz had the legs in and Radke stood up, so got a potentially dangerous call there. Zandowitz jumping to that other side, throwing legs in again. Now has double boots in. Trying to extend out Radke right now. And now Radke doing a little head hunting. Has put Zandowitz in some danger, and now Radke picking up the reversal to go up 2-0. .108 left here in this 145-pound semi. Folks, over on mat number 2, we got a win by Lucas Sullivan, which means we get the rubber match between Lucas Sullivan of Mineral Point and Rhett Koenig of Prairie du Chien. Sullivan winning that match at Bi-State, Koenig winning the match, I believe it was a week or 2 ago. So how about Rhett Koenig? You got to beat Owen Sefrud just to go to the finals and take out someone who you've already had a couple of classic matches with this year. Now we're full force here at 145 pounds now. As Radke with a 2-1 lead after Zandowitz gets the escape. Zandowitz working a 2-on-1 at the moment. Radke trying to circle away. Good pressure on the head. And a stall call against Radke. With 14 seconds left in the second period. Zandowitz trying to jack Radke up there a little bit. And right back to that 2-on-1. Looks like he might be trying to get a little movement to try and pick that leg for a single. Over on mat number 2 at 145, I believe that's Tyson Imhoff of Iowa Grand Island and Taryn Riley of Mineral Point. So we get a quick look there. Imhoff was looking for a neck wrench on Riley at the edge of the mat. We'll see who gets the takedown here. Riley, with his second takedown, goes up 4-1 here in the 145-pound semi. So, folks, we're full force here into the semis. We're just going to keep talking about the action on the mat. When we have the break between the semis and the finals, we'll be talking about the finals match and discuss the team score a little bit, and then try to give the vocal cords a little break before we get into that. We got a 2-2 match now on mat number 3, which is the place to be right now if you're looking to watch some good wrestling action. Hard to follow up on Sifrud and Koenig, but these two doing their best right now as we have another tie match here in the third period. Down to 1 minute left here in the third period. Radke had a reversal on Zandowitz when we got a little too high on the legs. Zandowitz with an escape in the second. Forced a stall warning on Radke too. Radke in on a single leg right now on their feet. Going right to that backdoor position, and Zandowitz looking for an ankle to roll. Radke trying to isolate that right leg of Zandowitz. Trying to roll his hips through, needs to be careful, needs to stay controlled. Zandowitz rolls an ankle through himself, and now his hips are higher, which is where you want to be in a scramble situation, and a stalemate call there by the official. So we got 20 seconds left now. We'll see if either of these two takes a shot here, if they just want a little more time to operate in the third period. And Radke going for a high seam. Zandowitz trying to get around. Radke in on a single leg now. Has the leg at the edge of the mat, and not enough room, probably not enough time to operate either. As we are going to head into our second sudden victory match, folks. I believe it's our second of the semifinals. Right now, Riley up 7-1 over on mat number 2. Zandowitz back to that 2-on-1, and Radke needs to be careful. Zandowitz has an okie choke, and they go out of bounds. Chad Stout arguing that Radke's hand touched the mat while in that okie choke position. I was going to say Radke needs to be careful not to get hit for stalling here in sudden victory. That'd be a tough call for an official to make. Well, we saw it once with that 2-on-1 position. And we're going to reset here. 21 seconds left, 2-2 between Zandowitz and Radke. The sophomore from Fenimore, you'd have to say this would be one of the signature wins on his young career if he can get it. Radke, just a tough wrestler, looking into on another shot. We'll head back to neutral with 6 seconds left. Always love to see it too. These two teams in different conferences. River Valley and the SWC. Fenimore in the SWAL. Looks like we might have some blood time here. As we're going to head over to mat number 2, check out the action here real quick as Riley still with that 7-1 lead. Folks, you can kind of feel it in the air here. The semis, excitement's just been building just with all these good matches back to back to back. You can only imagine what the finals is going to be like. Want to thank everyone for tuning in here on the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast YouTube. I'm Teek Fenwick bringing you the action. Got our semis action here at the SWC SWAL Conference Clash. Going back to mat number 3, we got our 2 30-second tiebreaker periods where Radke chose down to start out, trying to get his hips away here, and Zandowitz dropping to a leg. Great mat return, and Radke rolls the ankle through just fast enough. We got 9 seconds left now. Remember, it is Zandowitz's choice to start the next 30-second period. Starts on the right side. Nice unorthodox choice there. Radke holding on to a leg, but don't think there will be enough time for him to operate for a reversal. Now with Seiler Zandowitz, you have to assume he's starting down. Just needs to get a point, and then if he can get that point, not give up a takedown. Radke with a little tougher task needs to hold Zandowitz down in this situation. And good start there on the chop by Radke, switching off. Trying to spiral Zandowitz down. Dropping to a leg, needs to be careful as that stall call against him. 7 seconds left. Still holding on at the edge of the mat, now 5 seconds left. New match starting at 152 on mat 2, but we'll tune into that one in just a second, as we only have for sure 5 seconds left. Zandowitz with the shoulder roll through. But folks, we are going to head into the ultimate tiebreaker. Landon Radke scored first, so he gets a choice of top or bottom. Basically, here's the lowdown on the ultimate tiebreaker. If you're the bottom wrestler, you get the escape, you win. You don't get the escape, you lose. And Radke, hey, got 1 30-second ride on Zandowitz. Why not get another one? Needs to hold him down for 30. Zandowitz with the quick up here, and Radke looking to trip. Does have a hold of both the legs again. Zandowitz holding on to a shin wizard. Radke needs to climb up that body. And a stalemate called there. Radke can also get stalled out here as he has a warning against him. And Zandowitz with the roll through gets his hips away. Radke still holding on to the leg by his fingertips. 5 seconds left. Zandowitz with the wicked tight waist, grabbing that leg and unable to get away. Landon Radke, the senior, has experience in those big moments at the Kohl Center, holding on for a tough victory over Seiler Zandowitz, who the sophomore put on a great performance, just couldn't come away with the victory. And both said, hey, 138-pounders put on a show. Let's try to do it one better here. And folks, we are halfway set with our finals matches here at the Conference Clash. Here at 152 pounds now. We got, I believe that's Trevin Thielman of Richland Center. He's taking on another impressive Iowa Grant Highland freshman in Jackson Bussey, who came in as the 1 seed in his conference. Right now, Bussey up 4-0. Make that 5-0 after the quick escape. And great snap down to a takedown there by Bussey to make it 7-0 now. Over on mat number 3, you have Prairie du Chine's Luke Kramer, Mineral Point's Jimmy Tibbetts. Tibbetts, who wrestled one of the more dramatic quarterfinals matches that we saw. Well, had a close one with Max Miles of Fenimore for a while before pulling away for the 8-1 victory. currently defending a shot from Kramer as Bussy holds on to a 7-0 lead here. We'll see if he can get another turn as the freshman. I'd almost argue that top is his most proficient position. Mean crossface there by Bussy. He keeps the pressure on the senior from a Richland center. You know, it's matches against upperclassmen like this where like you just look at Bussy and wonder, how is he a freshman? Just with the technique he has and just the build that he has as well. Another tilt there, but Thielman able to roll through. Bussy almost able to keep him in position. We got 22 seconds left in the second period. The top half of the bracket here in the 152-pound semis. Right now on mat number 3, Luke Kramer, the 38-4 senior, looking to run a bar on Jimmy Tibbetts, the 15-15 senior. And we're going to tune in for the start of the second period on that one. I'd say even for a 2-0 match, Kramer controlling most of that first period, but Tibbetts still keeping himself within the striking distance. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. If you got anything up with the sound or so start of the second here on mat number 3. Kramer, good stand-up. Tibbetts providing good pressure and a little bit of danger right now, though, as Kramer going to try to peek his head out the back door. Does have that near ankle hook, does get his head out, and a Luke Kramer looking to go back to work on top here. And who would have guessed it? Luke Kramer going right back to that arm bar. And Tibbetts, kind of a tough wrestler to just score a lot of points on, but Kramer just controlling the positions in this match, just straight up powering over that shoulder of Tibbetts. Gonna try and almost sit on that shoulder. Tibbetts trying to roll through. We might see a stack position here. Now, Tibbetts on his head right now and able to sneak his arm through, does have his head out. We are gonna get 3 near fall. So Kramer opening up to a 7-0 lead. .30 seconds left in the second there. Over on mat number 2. Bussy up 11-0 now. He's gonna win that one with the shutout over Thielman. Now we have Kramer running another bar here to end the second. This one a little more controlled, keeping that arm trapped. And hey, give credit to Jimmy Tibbetts fighting his way to the third period. Really easy to give up in those stack positions, but Tibbetts able to fight through it. Granted, Kramer now with a 12-0 lead heading into the third. Looking to take on Jackson Bussy in the finals. While this match starts to come to a close, gonna head over to mat number 2. We have our 160-pound semis, and folks, that's definitely would say one of the more impressive wrestlers here. That's saying something. And Riverdale senior Ashton Meese, who just a smooth switch off to the double there to go up 2-0. Meese, who placed third at state last year. Going to be in a pretty loaded sectional bracket if everything stays pat weight-wise. Meese actually a three-time place winner, placing fourth at 138 and then fifth at 126 as a freshman. So keeps climbing up the podium. Early up 2-0. Sometimes in these situations we see Meese maybe take things back to his feet here. Maybe go for another takedown, but going to stay working on top in this situation. Meese taking on Emerson Moan of Iowa Grant Highland, who Emerson, another guy, won in sudden victory against River Valley's Trey Schulte. And Schulte of River Valley, 33-13 senior. I think he's wrestling for fifth place in this tournament, which just absolutely said something about how tough some of these weight classes are. Meese now up 5-1 over on mat number 2. As Meese looks to build his lead over there at the end of the first. And Kramer holds on for a 12-2 victory on mat number 3. Gonna take a quick water break here, folks, and I'll be right back with you in about 1 minute. All right, folks, just had to give the vocal cords just a little quick break here as we've had a lot of good action through the first 8 weight classes here at the SWC SWAL Conference Clash. Right now on mat number 2, we kept the action there. Ashton Meese still up 5-1. Over on mat number 3, I believe that's Bryce Lenzendorf and Maddox Gable, or sorry, Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien, a 37-6 junior. Gable from Darlington Blackhawk, a 31-10 sophomore. Hey, we got a tough ride right now by Moen over on mat number 2. We're at the edge of the mat here on mat number 3. And Avery looking to pull that arm down, look for the dump. Does get his head out, still holding on to that near leg. Will get his 2, tried to get even more. As Avery with an early 2-0 lead here at 160 pounds. .35 seconds left in the first period over here. Meese still up 5-1 on Moen with 26 seconds left in the second period. Good escape by Gable, who makes the score 2-1 in the closing seconds of this first. But Avery looking to get another takedown. Unable to stay on that leg. Back to that double collar tie position, or Gable in that over tie, I should say. So we're gonna head to the second period. Avery up 2-1 right now. Will be Gable's choice, though. Got an escape already, so going to look to at least knot things up in this situation. Gable last year looking to make it to the Kohl Center after falling just short at sectionals, placing 4th, 1 spot away from qualifying for state. We'll keep an eye on mat number 2 for you folks, but right now after the quick escape by Gable, knotted up at 2 in the second period. Well, Emerson Moan still down only 5-1 to Ashton Meese. But Meese is on top right now, and more often than not, you see him stay on top when he starts a period there. I'll knock on wood so we don't have an announcer's jinx, but Moan can find a way to get out, still very much in that match. And Avery staying aggressive on that underhook, trying to jack up the arm and grab that near side leg. Tied up midway through this 160-pound semifinal match. Avery, the top seed for the SWC. Trying to find another shot there. Gable just fending him off. Just seeing really good positioning from Gable right now. Just, you know, with the 2 escapes being his points, you want to see Gable see what he can get for his offense as well. You know, not even necessarily stalling. He's keeping good action. But, hey, there it is. Gets in on a single leg. Avery holding in on a whizzer right now. Trying to find that other ankle, holding on by the skin of his teeth. And no, a takedown at the edge of the mat there as we head to the 3rd period. It is Jeremiah Avery's choice. And he's going to opt to go down. So hey, maybe Gable is just a slow burn. He had a lot of good action. I think just sometimes a matter of creating that shot. It just takes a little bit to find it. He had it right there, but just not enough time to operate. As we start the 3rd, and Avery looking for a quick stand-up. It's 2-2 now. We're going to just tune in case we get anything exciting over here, as Moan did get an escape to make it 5-2 against Meese. It looks like we got a locked hands call over on mat number 3 while we looked away. Meese hanging out in on an underhook right now. Just giving the pressure to Moan, and a stall call against the junior out of Iowa Grand Highland. 10 seconds left. Hey, give credit to Emerson for staying within 3. Does try to find a shot attempt. But Ashton Meese holding on for the 5-2 victory. Who he'll be facing, we'll find out here in a few moments, as Jeremiah Avery picked up the escape and is now up 4-2. Looking to extend his lead. Does get the trip on the single. But Gable not giving up that easy now with his hips almost on top. And Avery able to step over. Almost had Gable in danger nonetheless. Picks up a takedown to make it 6-2. $20 seconds left in the 3rd period on this 160-pound match. So 6-3 after the escape by Gable, who gets in on a single leg, but gonna need a feet to back move here. And Jeremiah Avery holds on for the victory, so we get a battle of the maroon and white singlets between Avery and Meese. Now going into our 170-pound semifinals. For on mat number 2. We got Gavin Hinderman of Iowa Grand Highland, who got a huge win over the SWAL 1 seed at Ty Christ of Darlington Blackhawk. He's taking on Mason Winch of Dodgeville, who Winch gets the first takedown to make it 2-0. Over on mat number 3, we have Nathan Blaschke of Fenimore, who pulled out a 4-3 victory over Cole Brenninger of Richland Center. He's taking on Brogan Brewer of Prairie du Chien, a match which, you know, at the start of the day, I'd say had huge team point implications, and we are back to it having huge team point implications as Fenimore only up by 6.5 on Prairie du Chien now. We come down to 5 weight classes left here in the semis. Prairie du Chien had 9 semifinalists, 3 less than Fenimore. They've had a great semis round. It's like Porter Kosman already credited for 3rd at 106. As Brewer is in on an early single here, so this match could almost be the difference, could almost be what puts Prairie du Chien in the lead here in this tournament. Oh, a huge win by a Fenimore wrestler. I think that might be, I want to say it's Miles at 220. Yeah, that's Wyatt Miles over on mat number 1, Constellation side. Right now, Brewer and Blaschke headed into the second 0-0. Hinderman and Winch 2-0 right now to start the second period. So we'll tune back in on that match on mat number 2. Got to alternate between these two somehow. Gonna take a real quick water break again, folks, after my voice cracked for about the 4th weight class in a row. I'll be back on the mic here. All right, folks, 1 total point scored while I've been gone as we still got 2-0 over on mat number 2. Between Winch and Hinderman. Got a 1-0 over on mat number 3. Well, actually, we'll stay in on here. It's Hinderman in on a shot. Great tight waist by Winch, though. Still no score yet. And almost a cow catcher attempt from at bottom position. We got a reversal from Winch, who makes it a 4-0 now. Still got a 1-0 match over here on mat number 3. We'll tune back into mat number 2, folks. But Hinderman can break into the lead by Winch here, but Winch up 4-0. So we'll stay tuned in on the 1-point match at the moment. As a great shot attempt there by Blaschke, but Brewer going to head into the third with the 1-point lead. Will be Blaschke's choice. Of course, given it is Blaschke's choice, going to start down here. And Brewer throwing that leg in on the right side right away. And there it is, the escape by Blaschke makes it 1-1. So 90 seconds for one of these two to find a takedown here. Now down to 1:05 left. Brewer looking to get into a 2-on-1. And slows down. Oh, this stalls for just a second. Doesn't stall in like wrestling terms, but seemed to just stop his momentum for a second. Almost like he got caught looking at his coaches, and Blaschke almost took full advantage of it. I want to thank the 40 folks tuning in right now to these semifinals. Don't worry, folks. I'll get another Mountain Dew in me before the finals here. Trying to keep the steam going for 3 rounds. Which as a commentator can be tough sometimes, but hey, you know what? Probably a little easier being up here talking wrestling than being down on the mat wrestling right now. Which, the moment Blaschke with another shot. 20 seconds left in the third period. And Brewer with a shot of his own. Blaschke tried to score from that front head. Both these two just absolutely wearing on each other right now. Going at it like bulls in a ring at the moment. And a good snap down by Blaschke. And stall call against Brewer. Which might be going to sudden victory here. We'll see if which of these wrestlers has more gas in their tank. As Brewer had the shot attempt, Blaschke with the snap down and pushed Brewer out. There was a stall warning against Brewer, which you don't usually see someone get a stall call against them in sudden victory. You got 45 seconds left now. Those of you new to the sport here that are watching, in this 1-minute period, whoever gets the first score wins. So essentially whoever gets the first takedown wins. Both these wrestlers are battling for a chance to make the 170-pound finals. Winner goes against Mason Winch of Dodgeville, who's had a pretty good day so far. Blaschke almost in on a shot there with the reshot into the double. Official Ryan McGuire calling for the reset there. Brewer in on a single leg, 10 seconds left at the edge of the mat, and his right toe just comes out. Almost had the finisher there, but Zandowitz saved by a couple of inches. And these two teams with a very consequential team point matchup right here. Now going to head into the 2 30-second periods. Brewer does get choice first. He's going to opt to go down. Gets into a quad pod right away. And Blaschke dropping to a leg. Brewer able to just pull his leg away. And Blaschke just has great shot defense with his hand pressure and just circling around right away. Almost gets a takedown there. Should have made things interesting for the second tiebreaker period. Looks like after that, we are going to head in to, folks, we have our second 30-second tiebreaker period. It's Blaschke's choice, and of course, Blaschke gonna opt to go down here. And Brewer looking for a mat return, needs to be careful. Trying to climb back up the leg. Blaschke looking to kick away. And no escape awarded, as, again, tough call there for official Ryan McGuire, but Blaschke kind of looking to reach back into that leg. Blaschke up into a quick quad pod. Brewer holding on for a dear life, needs to attempt a mat return. Does drop to a leg again. Blaschke looking to roll through, and Brewer driving into a double. The Fenimore coach is calling for locked hands, but the last gasp by Nathan Blaschke came to no avail, and a Brogan Brewer holding on for a tough victory. The senior moves on to the finals. Also important in the moment team-wise. A huge win as Prairie du Chien has scratched and clawed their way against Fenimore. Fenimore's just had a dominating day otherwise. Folks, we've been focusing on the tiebreaker match. 182-pound action did start on mat number 2. Didn't get a chance to announce their names yet, but that's Mr. Caden Rhines from Riverdale taking on Ross Christ, the third of the Christ trio from Darlington Blackhawk. Got some blood time over there. We'll give that mat a little love here in just a second. Right now on a mat number 3 at 182. Hey, if you liked the first Prairie du Chien Fenimore match, you get another one, and Wyatt Annan of Fenimore, 14-4 junior, and a Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien, a 21-13 sophomore, square off. No score, 40 seconds into that action on a mat number 3. Going to update the team race here real quick after that match. Well, Fenimore now up at 269 to 246. I think we have our semis going now on mat number 4. It looks like Mr. Blake Theory over on mat 4. Picks up a pin at 195. Got a 3-2 match here on mat number 2. Make that 3-3 after Chris picks up the escape. On and up 2-0 on mat 3. Mat number 4, a Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien, I believe. Picked up the pin over Bode Brockhop of Iowa Grant Highland. So they did get a couple matches started there. I believe we will have a 15-minute break after the semis, like an actual break with no wrestling. And then I'm guessing they'll use all 4 mats for the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th place matches. When we tune in for that one, folks, that's going to be, we're going to keep the camera focused on the 1st place matches. If there's blood time or injury time or just no wrestling on the championship match in general, we'll head over to the 3rd or 5th place matches, but we'll keep the action focused on the front side. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. At the conclusion of this round, we'll run through the finals quick, talk about the team score, get everyone all jacked up for the finals if you're not already. And man, just hearing some of these finals is gonna get you pumped up for it. Right now, we still have some semis yet to be decided. Right now, 182 pounds. It's 3-3 heading into the 3rd. Still have some blood time, and usually one of the last resorts if you have a little bleeding is to straight up wrap the head with athletic tape, but now the solution here for Chris is even more athletic tape. As guess he's going to need to get that looked at even more after this match is over. Right now over on mat number 3, Annen's up 2-0 on Lenzendorf. Annen with the cross body and looking to get a hold of that far arm. Lenzendorf with the hold of Annen's arm, though. Needs to find a way to keep that spacing with it. And it looks like, folks, my apologies. I think we might have missed the 220 and heavyweight semifinals over on mats 1 and 4. So we got 2-0. We're going to stay in on mat number 3 as Annen just keeps a tough ride this period. Now has that far arm in control with 5 seconds left. We'll head to the 3rd, up 2-0 on Lenzendorf. We're going to tune back into the tie matchup here, where Chris looking for a tough ride right now on Rhines. Like I said, for Rhines, a 38-6 a junior. Chris, a 30-7 sophomore. And right now, Chris with a tough ride. 30 seconds in. Good stand-up by Rhines at the edge of the mat, able to just run away. Got a split second of separation and took full advantage of it. So as they go to work with Rhines up 4-3 right now on Chris. Chris needing a takedown to take the lead here. Rhines gonna shoot him off the mat. And Chris hitting Rhines with a good old-fashioned, just tossing him off. There wasn't really a whole lot of mat space to operate with. I think Rhines not taking too kindly to that. In sport like wrestling, it's pretty common for the emotions to run high. So I think Riverdale coach is just telling him to breathe easy, keep a cool head. Still got 52 seconds to work with here. Speaking of 52 seconds, got about 50 seconds left over on mat number 3, where Lenzendorf is trying to pick up 2 on Annen. Tried to hook that near ankle on the edge of the mat and unable to. 41 seconds left in that match now. Now the intensity's starting to pick up a little bit on mat number 2. As Chris in on a great single leg, transitioning from that underhook and right at the edge of the mat. Gonna reset, both neutral with 30 seconds left. Got blood time again. They're gonna wrap the head again. Can't imagine what has to be going on under that bandage at the moment. And ends up still up 3-0 with 9 seconds left on mat number 3. And Lendendorf did get a stall call. I believe that was 2 stall calls against Annan. But Annan with a 3-point lead afforded to slow the match down a little bit. Wyatt Annan of Fenimore moving on to the finals at 182. Builds up the Golden Legal lead even more in the team race. All right, 17 seconds left here. Krista Justine, what appears to be 3 pounds of athletic tape wrapped around his head. Back in, does have double unders, a stall call against Rhines. Chris trying to power through on the throw against Rhines, and Rhines with the takedown will secure the victory, 6-3. It's 2 going at it like bulls in a china shop, and Rhines ends up victorious. Folks, we're going to be taking an extended break here. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for bearing with me. It can be a pretty long day on the commentary end, but we got a 45-minute break. Finals for the SWC SWAL Clash will begin at 3:30. Real quick, top 5 team scores. Prairie du Chien, that is definitely an old team score. Sorry, looks like Prairie du Chien is 5th with 178. Oh, sorry, that was last year's tournament. No, that makes sense. Riverdale 5th with 124. Mineral Point 4th with 178. Iowa Grand Highland 3rd with 205. Prairie du Chien 2nd with 254.5. And Fenimore in 1st with 275. Folks, final start at 3:30. I'll be running through all the finals matches at 3:20, so tune back in for the pre-final show. And we will be right back with you in about 40 minutes. All right, folks, we got finals starting in about 10 minutes here. Just a quick little preview of what we have in the finals. Just talking with a few of the other radio guys up top. Not many, bad finals matches to be had. As just running from the top here at 106 pounds. We have Cade Birchman, the 21-6 freshman from Fenimore, taking on Haken Peterson of Dodgeville, who so far this season, coming in late his freshman year, has lived up to the hype and then some. Peterson 13-0 on the year so far. 113 pounds, Brody Meese, the 37-7 freshman of Riverdale. He'll be squaring off against Charlie Might of Dodgeville in the finals. Might's 42-1 on the year, defending state champ, looking to cap off another conference clash. With another good finish. I was going to say he won last year. Looks like it. Man, you look at some of the names of the winners last year, it's just absolutely impressive. 120 pounds, Amron Nutter of Fenimore and Roan Carey of Mineral Point are going to be squaring off. Carey looking to win his second SWC SWAL Clash title. Beat Reed Spurley of Dodgeville in a 10-7, just an absolute battle. Spurley was the champ at 120 last year as well. Like I brought up on the broadcast before, that was Spurley's first in-season loss in almost 2 years. 126 pounds. We get to see one of the best freshmen here today. Hunter Stevens of Iowa Grant Highland. He'll be going against Drake Ingham of Prairie du Chien. And that's actually Ingham's first match of the day. He had a medical forfeit against Brecken Minch of Fenimore in the semis, as he had a bye to the semis as well. 132 pounds, Cade Rule, who had a huge win over Elliot Biba in the semis, going to be going against Ian Krapp of Fenimore. That's a match, you talk about those three, could be seeing a few of those same battles next week at regionals. 138 pounds, Lucas Sullivan of Mineral Point gets round 3 against Rhett Koenig of Prairie du Chien. Sullivan got the best of Koenig at Bi-State. Then Koenig knotted things up on the season series a week or two ago. 145 pounds, Taryn Riley of Mineral Point squaring off against the Landon Radke of River Valley. Radke a 37-6 senior, Riley a 38-4 senior. 152 pounds, Jackson Bussey of Iowa Grant Highland is going against Luke Kramer of Prairie du Chien. Kramer a 39-4 senior, Bussey a 27-7 freshman. 160 pounds, Ashton Meese of Riverdale will be going against Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien. 170 pounds. You know, I said I could see Dodgeville getting 3 to the finals. Maybe not how I expected, but Mason Winch making sure I was good on my prediction. He made it to the finals, and he'll be going against Brogan Brewer of Prairie du Chien, who had to win a match that went to that second overtime period, 2-1 over Nathan Blaschke of Fenimore. So Brewer versus Winch at 170. 182, Caden Rhines of Riverdale will be going against Wyatt Annan of Fenimore. Both Rhines and Annan had to battle in the semis to get to that point. 195 pounds, Cameron Wolf of Fenimore will be going against Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien. 220, you have Wyatt Miles of Fenimore, who won a match in sudden victory. He'll be going against Mac Busser of Mineral Point, who he won a 3-2 match. So the 220-pounders who they were going on match 1 and 4. I was so into the action on 2 and 3 that I didn't even catch it. But they both had to battle to get to the finals. Now they'll be squaring off for a chance to win a championship here at the Clash. Then at 285 pounds, closing off with a huge matchup between Evan Grotz of Fenimore and Porter Mandarano of Belmont Platteville. Neither of the two big men spending more than 2.5 minutes on the mat today. in either of their matches. You have Gratsu, a state place winner, caliber wrestler. We'll probably see him on the podium this year. Mandarano, who placed 6th at heavyweight in D2 last year. That's going to be a fun one to close the day out. We got wrestling starting in just a few minutes here, folks. Real quick, top 5 team scores. Riverdale 5th with 124. Mineral Point 4th with 178. Iowa Grand Highland 3rd with 205. Prairie du Chien 2nd with 254.5. Fenimore 1st with 275. Like I said before, going to keep the action on the championship matches. There's blood time, injury time. We are wrestling concurrent with the weight classes, so if a championship match ends early, we'll be tuning in on the other action on the other 3 mats. But for the most part, going to stay in on the first place matches, which there should be no shortage of excitement while these kids wrestle for a chance to be an SWC SWAL Clash champion. I think we are going to be announcing the finalists here in just a second, so I'll turn the mic over to the crowd for just a few moments here, and we'll be back with you once the finals action gets started here on the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast YouTube page. All right, folks, here we go. Getting started with your finals here today at the SWC SWAL Clash. Should be a fun one at 106 pounds. For sure going to see some good wrestling as we have Fenimore's Cade Birchman squaring off against Dodgeville freshman Haken Peterson. Couple of freshmen going at it here in the finals at 106. Birchman 21-6 on the year. Peterson 13-0 coming into this match. Gets in on a quick single leg. Does find the head quickly. Looking to stay on the half. Trying to find a quick turn at the edge of the mat. Now working a 2-on-1 at the edge. And a Birchman just with a quick scoot out of bounds. Gets a fresh start in the middle here. We reset. 1 minute, 20 seconds left in the first. Peterson does cut Birchman. Looks for a chance to go on his feet again. Working from that front head. You see him in that spot so many times. Now around both legs. Birchman hanging on, just holding on to the arm now, basically with that whizzer. A nice lazy arm there by Peterson. Covers the hips of Birchman. Now going up a 4-1 with 40 seconds left in the first period of this 106-pound finals match. Just love the pace at which Peterson wrestles at. And his chain wrestling on top. Hopefully it helps also having Charlie Mighty Reed Spurley in the room with you as well. Birchman tries the knee slide away, and Peterson with the mean crossface, almost locking up a cradle. Now Birchman with the hold of that wrist, trying to get it on the opposite side. We'll end the first period here. Peterson holding Birchman in a tight waist. And Haken Peterson up a 4-1 on Cade Birchman. So you got a potentially a dangerous call by Ryan McGuire. I think Peterson's arm might have been trapped. He's starting down here. Good call there by the official. Birchman trying to switch sides. Peterson just standing up methodically. Gets the escape to make it 5-1 now. Early in the second period. Birchman wearing the gray singlet, Peterson with the Dodgeville orange. Birchman maybe trying to find an underhook or switch off to a 2-on-1. Good snap down there by Birchman as you're down by 4. Definitely looking for that next takedown to stay in the match. Otherwise, Peterson with a chance to maybe blow this one open a little bit, get a 6-point lead. Constantly keeping the pressure. We're going to reset in the middle here. Peterson still with the 5-1 lead. Halfway through this match, and good shot fake by Peterson. Birchman basically falling to his face, and now Peterson up 7-1, trying to dig that arm out from Birchman. Of course, both these guys freshmen, both looking to win their first Clash title in as many attempts. And Peterson almost flipping Birchman to his back, but Birchman able to roll through. I got a near side cradle here, or an attempt at least from Peterson. Birchman, good cradle defense so far. Just knows to go right to grabbing that wrist. Now we got a stall call against Birchman. Peterson does have a cradle locked up on the far side. Try to force it a little bit. We'll go into the third up 7-1. We'll start the third. Hawk and Peterson up by 6 on Cade Birchman. Birchman starting out. Peterson looking for a quick cradle again. Birchman tried to roll through an ankle there, maybe get into a scramble situation, but to no avail. And now Peterson finding an armbar. Looking for a wrist as well. Just the chain wrestling on top. Absolutely relentless by the freshman out of Dodgeville. And now Peterson with the bar and the half, able to get the turn on Birchman. 1:20 left into the third. Ryan McGuire taking a look at those shoulders. And there it is. Hawk and Peterson just slowly building up a 7-1 lead and going to work on top, wearing Birchman down in the third. Gets a pin in 4 minutes and 49 seconds here at 106 pounds. Looks like over on mat number 4. So we had a pretty high scoring affair on mat number 1. Saw 11-10 when I looked over real quick. Mat number 4, we're at the end of the third period right now. It looked like final scores chalked up as Miles Welsh 12, Lennon Ewert 9. Welsh from Iowa Grand Highland, Ewert from Mineral Point. That was for 7th. So sounds like they're going to wrestle a couple more rounds here before doing the trophy presentations for each weight class. I like wrestling a few weight classes and then running through a few for the trophy presentation. Kind of helps with the pacing of the finals. Some people go a couple weight classes and then they'll just, after every weight class, do a final presentation or a trophy presentation. We'll see what Richland Center does here with that. But anyways, back to the action on the mat. We got a state champ from last year at Charlie Might, 42-1, a junior from Dodgeville. He's squaring off against Brody Meese of Riverdale. Meese a 37-7, a freshman. At Bi-State, Might had a 3rd place finish. Meese with a 6th place finish at 113. They didn't get a chance to square off against each other. Might hanging in strong on a front head right now. Just love the way that he's on his toes, just keeping all that pressure just on the back of Meese. Now hanging on that chin, and a great shuck by, a textbook shuck by Might. He had the first takedown to make it 2-0, and it's like his teammate before him looking to go back to his feet here. And picking up 2 more to make it 4-1 now in favor of the junior from Dodgeville. And he wants even more action on his feet. Gets the cow catcher, taking Meese to his back. Trying to end the match early, and did have his near fall assessed, I believe, as well. It says 6-1 right now on the scoreboard. Now Might hanging out in that cross body ride. Building up a 5-point lead here to close out the first period at this 113-pound finals match. It will be Meese's choice. He's going to opt to go top. So Mite showing he was the aggressor on his feet. Did pretty good on top as well near the end of that period. So he's going to try out the one phase that he hasn't seen yet with Mite. Going right to a tight waist. And taking Mite's hips to the mat. And a good shoulder roll there by Mite. Almost getting caught with his shoulders exposed. No point for Mite hanging out in that front head. We've already seen him score from here before, and grabbing that leg. Now gets the reversal, makes the score 8-1, 120 left here in the second period. Want to thank everyone for tuning in to the action today. It's Mite looking for that three-quarter Nelson. And Meese will be awarded with an escape here. Mite just really comfortable in these tie situations. Able to grab that near side leg and just drive Meese down. Mite just a step ahead of Meese, I'd say on the technical side of things, but also just seeing the strength difference between a junior and a freshman at work right now too. I think we have just a little bit of blood time here, so we're going to head over to mat number 3 while they get things cleaned up real quick. Over on mat number 3, that's the third place match. Mr. Alborz Denavi of Belmont Platteville is currently up 7-4 on Dalton Leffler of Fenimore. Fenimore right now with about a 20-point lead on Prairie du Chien. About 13 weight classes left. So every win counts here for both teams. Obviously, PDC being down 21, a lot of work to do. And nice job by Denavi, sorry. Gets a couple of back points to go up 9-4. Heading into the third period. It looks like the consolation matches, I think they might be 1 minute first periods. We're going to head back over to mat number 2, 10-3 in favor of Mite. 35 seconds left in the second. Mite able to get behind Meese again, just overpowering them. Now up 12-3, and we got a little more blood time. So we'll shift back to mat number 3 again as Denavi still going to work on top. On Leffler, now up 11-4, gets the turn. Leffler able to fight his shoulders back down. Denavi with the big step. Leffler did not look like a comfortable position there for a second for the junior out of Fenimore. Well, Denavi's going to have at least 3 near fall coming his way if he changes his grip up. I think understandably so. Going to keep working on that arm bar. Look for the turn. Now getting a hold of the wrist this time. Gonna mat 2. It might just be a little bit with the blood time here. I think we got blood time over on yeah, we got blood time on mat 3 as well. Denavi assessed those 3 points. He'll have a 14-4 lead now. See if I can check out some other results quick at 1:13. They're plugged into track already. So we had Jace Connor of Iowa Grant Highland ended up placing 5th here today. He beat Chris Halverson of Mineral Point. That was for 7th. And Rolando Santos of Richland Center winning a couple in a row on the consolation side to finish 5th. He beat Tyler Miller of a Boscobel in that 5th place match. Right now, cleaning up blood on both mats at the moment. As Mike getting his head wrapped a little bit. Meats also getting his head wrapped. So I think we've had a couple of collisions between these two at 113. Winner at 113 pounds last year at the SWC SWAL Clash. Cade Rule of a Mineral Point, who we'll be seeing wrestle at 120 pounds, looking for his 2nd title. So we get started again on the 3rd place match on mat number 3. Navi up 14-4. Going to work on top again. And headgear coming undone. We're going to move back over to mat 2 where we have 28 seconds left in the 2nd. Might is starting on top. He's trying to work his way up, but Might with a mean crossface. Wow, this textbook keeping that knee behind, that elbow behind the knee, forcing Meets' head to his knee, looking for that cradle attempt. And 3rd period will be Mike's choice. He's going to choose to work in this neutral position again. And getting the quick takedown, now up a 14-3 on Meese. Love to see that bandage on wrapped around both of these guys. As Might, are we going to see another cow catcher attempt from him right at the edge of the mat? Don't know if he'll be awarded control there. I think tactically just taking his knee out so they can reset in the middle. 1:31 left now. Charlie Might up 16-4. Either a takedown and a turn away, or see if he goes the 2 takedown route. Denavi over on mat 3. And so Mike's just going, I think, right for a feet to back move at this juncture of the match. Mike trying to hip in, maybe look for a hip toss, and sorry, that was Meese maybe looking for a hip toss. Down 10, that's the one move that can maybe get you a win at this point, but Charlie Might instead opting to go behind for the easy 2. And again picks up the takedown, so it's 18-5 now. Gonna be 18-6, 46 seconds left. And Denavi with the 15-6 win over on mat number 3. Place 3rd here today at the SWC SWAL Clash. And that takedown makes it 20-6 for a Charlie Might, who just been on an absolute tear this year. Has only lost to Beisel of Hastings, Minnesota at Bi-State, which Beisel's just kind of on a different level than everyone else at this weight class in Wisconsin. Might really looking for that tech fall. Meese just holding on, and talk about a competitor. Charlie Might winning a 113-pound title at the Clash, but doesn't seem too thrilled with the result. So 2 weight classes in. Folks, this weight class had one of our most anticipated semifinals matches, and now one of our most anticipated finals matches here. So Looks like they are announcing the place winners at 106 pounds. Real quick, just a tail of the tape here at 120. You have Amron Nutter, 31-0, a sophomore out of Fenimore, taking on Rowan Carey, a 37-4 sophomore out of Mineral Point. Last year at state, Nutter finishing third in the state tournament, Carey finishing second. All three wrestlers from that sectional actually placing top three, as Aquinas' Jake Fitzpatrick took the title. At their matchup at state, Carey beat Nutter at 2-1. So when these two go to battle, you know it's always going to be a good one. It's just Fenimore and Mineral Point, two storied programs. Fenimore, especially with their recent success. Can't forget Mineral Point did win a state title 2 to 3 years ago. Now here comes Nutter. Carey, first a Mineral Point wrestler in the finals for the Pointers. Wearing the white and black singlet with blue trim. He'll be green here. I know folks can't see the scoreboard, but we'll do our best to help you keep track of that. So two sophomores who I wouldn't be surprised to see either of them with the state title to their name by the end of their career, squaring off here in the SWC SWAL finals. Couple of pretty dominant matches here at 106 at 113 in the finals, but I think this one's going to change it a little bit, as Nutter working that 2-on-1 position pretty well against Carey right now. Trying to jack up that arm a little bit. And Carey looking to lock around the body. When it comes to Fenimore guys, going in that upper body position can always be a little scary, as the Fenimore Golden Eagles well known for their Greco prowess. Something we've been talking about if you've been tuning in throughout the day. Still 0-0 here midway through this first period, the 120-pound finals. Looking at some of their results from this year, obviously Nutter without a blemish on his resume. Champion at the Mount Horeb Varsity Invite, winning the Sun Prairie Bob Downey Invitational. Was a champion at the Cliff Keene Independence Invitational in Iowa, which is pretty impressive, as he works to keep some head pressure there. Also a shot fake attempt by both of them at the same time, as we're down to 15 seconds left in the first period. And we're going to head into the second period as the action starts to pick up a little bit. Going to be a 0-0 between Carey and Nutter. And Nutter will opt to go down here in the second period. And I love it. The PA announcer giving a little lecture to a couple of Richland Center towel tappers, I think, that were eager to get on the mat on mat number 4. We'll see if Carey can maybe wear down Nutter in this position as he gets a hold of that far arm. Does try to find a cradle here. And really forcing that Nutter's head to his knee. I think he almost had a grip for a second, but Nutter breaking it. Nice job by Nutter. Had a split second of space and able to stand up, and Carey dropping right to a leg, holding on to that far ankle. Could see a stall warning here since Carey's still in control. Nutter with the stand-up, going to go up 1-0. Now hanging out on this overhook. Look to hip in for a second. See if he can maybe hit a big move. Hammer Nutter up 1-0, 54 seconds into the second period. Get a little shuck by attempt by Nutter as Carey kind of went in on a shot at the edge of the mat. Good snap down there. Good head pressure by Nutter. They try to keep the action in the center of the mat with 35 seconds left in at the second period. Nutter back in that overhook. Has Carey at the edge of the mat again. Nutter just applying that constant pressure. Oh, and had a double overhook. If you're going to try that throw attempt, you're going to do it right at the edge of the mat. But Carey keeping things in bounds. And Carey with the hip over there. Looked to hook the legs and to no avail. Folks, I think that's exactly why Nutter tried that attempt there. If you get in any danger, just pretty easy to scoot out. And we're going to head to the third period. A 1-0 match in favor of Nutter. Still pretty jam-packed with excitement as Carey's, of course, going to start the third period down. Clears his arm right away. Seen a lot of Fenimore guys hop to that right side, which as I've talked about on some broadcasts this year, wrestlers aren't used to being ridden on that side. It definitely gives a different look. It's like in baseball when you go against a lefty pitcher. Now Nutter with that ankle hooked. Looking for a tilt attempt there, and Carey able to roll through this time, but gonna want to get that wrist free. 30 seconds already passing by. Carey having a hard time getting his hips off the mat right now. Carey able to build back up to his base, looking for another stand-up, maybe a switch attempt, but Nutter able to trap that arm. Has a leg in on the left side. Down to 1 minute now for Roan Carey to find a stand-up. And we got a stall call against a Nutter from Fenimore. Saw a couple of good things from Nutter from Fenimore at top. I think from the official perspective, they maybe wanted to see him hop sides a little more. I think an unsportsmanlike may have just been assessed. Oh, I think it actually might have been a stalwart. We got locked hands against Nutter. So now 1-1, and now it's looking like Nutter, who understands the context of the situation. Can you ride him out for 47 seconds, or do you just push all your chips in and look for a takedown here in the last frame of this match? 35 seconds left. No, Nutter not short of good offensive output by any means. Looking for a throw attempt there, and somehow they both end up back on their feet. Nutter looking for a drag attempt. Carey trying to get to a 2-on-1. 10 seconds left. Nutter looking to shoot Carey off the mat, but a quick counter shot by Carey. And Nutter with double unders. Did have a body lock, and they go out of bounds. Which I think we could have seen something for Nutter there if they're in the center of the mat. Nutter with one last shot attempt. Won't have enough time to work, as that locked hands call proven to be all the difference in the match. Great match between the two. Roan Carey comes up on top yet again. It's a match we'll probably see between these two multiple times over the course of the next few weeks. Now we're gonna head to our 126-pound finals, where we'll get our first extended look today at Hunter Stevens, the freshman from Iowa Grant Highland, at 33-2 on the year. Stevens taking on a Drake Ingham, the 27-8 junior from Prairie du Chien. Ingham, an impressive season so far. The funny thing with Ingham, has not wrestled a match today. So he had a bye to the semis, and then I had a medical forfeit in the semis. As Stevens gets in early on the shot, and man, imagine Ingham, your first match of the day, kind of your first, you know, you really just have to get into it right away, and you have Hunter Stevens of Iowa Grant Highland, who just seemingly has an endless motor. As we see Stevens get the first takedown to go up 2-0. Ingham looking for a switch attempt, able to get under the leg of Stevens, but Stevens rolling through. And now Ingham trying to get his hips on top, but Stevens was able to hold that far ankle, and now Stevens looking to put Ingham in some danger here. And now Ingham holding that arm, able to get out the back door, but Stevens still holding on to the leg. Gonna roll through again. Stevens with his hips on top. Now just gonna scoot back, and Ingham having to bail out. Couple of good bursts there by Ingham. I think we might have had a near fall count there by the official. Holding two fingers out at the moment, so that'll make it 4-0. So maybe not how Iowa Grant coach Ryan Allen drew it up, but good top work there by Stevens. And a good quick tilt there by Stevens, looking to pick up a couple more points, but Ingham's shoulders not exposed. We'll head to the second period. Hunter Stevens up 4-0 now on a Drake Ingham out of Prairie du Chien. Ingham, a 27-8 junior for the Blackhawks, who looking to potentially compete for a team state title this year in Division II. We had a caution there against Ingham. And Ingham starting this period down, trying to find a whizzer. Good follow by Stevens to the edge of the mat. And you just got to talk about the mental side of the sport, where Ingham just had a couple of great bursts, couple of good scrambles that didn't end up in his favor. When you're the bottom guy and you expend that much energy, end up with 0 points, your opponent actually ends up getting points on you. That can take it out of you a little bit. So we'll see how Ingham rebounds here. Still going good explosiveness on his first moves. The more Stevens rides, the more it's just going to keep wearing Ingham out. We reset again, 1:43 left in the second period. I think we might have a second caution. That is the second caution against Ingham. He'll have every caution he gets after this will be a point for Stevens. Stevens with a tight waist was holding over that arm as well. Oh, look at this chain wrestling by the freshman out of Iowa Grant. Just staying after it with the pressure on top. I think we have a caution against Stevens. I'm just going to double check the scoring here. So yeah, 2 cautions against Ingham, 1 against Stevens. Ingham does have a hold of an ankle right now. Stevens climbing up. And Ingham still trying to switch through. And Stevens with the cradle locked up, I think, or maybe I was looking for a chin whip out of that position. But everything that Ingham is throwing right now at Stevens, it just seems that Stevens has an answer for it. Grab that far ankle again. And Stevens getting a little high. Ingham now in good position to potentially score. Trying to look for 2 yet again. But Stevens with that near ankle takes Ingham to his back. Powers him through, gets 2 more near fall. And we're just seeing next level scrambling here by Stevens, who you don't see many freshmen get to show off their strength, but that's exactly what Stevens is doing right now. He builds up to a 6-0 lead with 41 seconds left in the second period. And now Ingham able to scoot away, get his first points on the board. We've seen some good things from Ingham here in this match. Can he find a way to chip back in on this one? Stevens just keeps coming at him. We got 10 seconds left in the third period. Stevens, good sweep single, almost taking Ingham right to his back. Does end up taking him to his back. So he's going to go up 8-1 and make that 10-1 after the near fall gets assessed. Stevens almost in a way just quietly putting up a dominant performance at the moment against Ingham. Now Stevens going to start down here. We'll see if Ingham has anything in his repertoire on top to maybe try and get some back points to make this thing closer. Has that near ankle hooked. Does have a leg and needs to watch his hips here. And Stevens swimming for the head, able to get a hold of it. Gonna pick up a reversal to go up 11. And now, of course, gonna get near fall, but I think he wants a little more than that. Now he's just gonna settle back, and Ingham able to fight his arm through. But not before Stevens picks up 3 more near fall. You know, if this one does end up being a tech fall, a lot of good things you can say about Stevens, but how about Ingham just keeping himself, just staying active in this match? I think you could maybe see a situation where Ingham tries to keep this match closer, but I think a part of the score is Ingham just continually getting after, and I think Stevens has just been a step ahead of him through every phase thus far. Stevens taking the action off the mat, and a reset in the middle. The 15-2 score. Keep in mind, Iowa Grant Highland wrestling their sectionals at Richland Center. Stevens in on another shot. Maybe try and pick up a tech fall. Ingham rolling the ankle through. So Stevens won the Richland Center invite, wins the tournament today, and then if he wins his sectional, that'll be 3 tournament wins here in the Richland Center Fieldhouse. A potentially dangerous call there with 8 seconds left. And a snap down by Stevens, who's still looking aggressively for that tech. and Hunter Stevens of Iowa Grand Highland. One attempt to win a title at the SWC SWAL Clash, and 1 for 1 so far. The freshman just continuing his great first campaign here in his high school career. They're doing the trophy presentation real quick. On mat number, well, they're not doing the trophy presentation on a mat. But I'm about to get the action started again on mat number 2. Where we'll have, hey, another Mineral Point Fenimore Finals matchup. We have a Mineral Point Cade Rule versus Fenimore's Ian Krapp. Krapp a 33-8 junior, a Rule a 23-11 sophomore. Rule a state qualifier for the Pointers last year at 113 pounds. Krapp ended up being a state place winner last year. So these two with a little bit of a growth spurt, but doing it just fine in their transition to their new weights as the year has gone on. Krapp last year placing 5th at 113 pounds. So right now, Ian in on the front head. Just checking, done a little more due diligence here, but you have to assume same sectional, same weight classes. Rule gets in on a low outside single. Kind of gets balled up, now getting stretched out by Krapp. Gets his legs away and gets the takedown. So Ian Krapp goes up 2-0 on Cade Rule. Yeah, checking sectional results last year, Cade did beat Ian 7-4. So Ian looking to exact a little revenge here as we got 35 seconds left in the first period. Krapp right now with the bar and looking to get the wrist too. Now looking to get a big step through here, and I think he, wow, almost gets the turn. Rule spending about 3 seconds just directly with all his body weight on his head. How Rule managed to get out of that without giving up any near fall is beyond me. But Ian Krapp coming out with a really strong first period. We'll head to the second. Ian up 2-0. Looking at their records on the year, Ian 33-8, Cade 23-11. Seeing had a hold of that far arm for a few moments here. Now looking to lock up a cradle, and now Cade has a hold of that wrist. Tried to get it on the other side, but nice job by Ian at jumping back. Now Cade finding a little bit of space, and I think Ian has that leg hooked. Good sequence of events there for both wrestlers. Action is still going here. You know, same thing we saw in this last match. As time goes on, those efforts can just wear you out on bottom. But a Rule still with the hold of that wrist, trying to find spacing of some sort. Now we have Rule squaring up with Ian. And Ian using his frame to his advantage here, has a hold of that head and able to get a hold of the leg as well. Still no loss of control awarded. Ian in with the front head and just taking action out of bounds. Good awareness on his part there. And you see 95% of guys give up a point in that situation. Cade swam for an ankle or did a little roll there for an ankle for a second. On a great ride here by the junior out of Fenimore. And I think we have a little bit of blood time now. 13 seconds left in the second, so gonna move things over to mat number 3 here real quick, where Elliot Biba, we saw on the losing end of a great match with Rule. He's currently up at 6-1 against Ryder Koenig of Prairie du Chien. Start of the third period, both wrestlers starting neutral. Sorry, folks, a little technical difficulty there. So we got still a 6-1 lead here. 1:30 left over on mat number 3. We're gonna tune back into the championship action on mat number 2. As Ian Kraft of Fenimore closes out an impressive period on top with the ride out of Rule. Will be Ian's choice. He's gonna choose down here. Right now, Ian just looking like a man on the mission at the moment. Beat Koenig 3-1 in the semi, so good set of semifinals here at 132 pounds. And good stand up by Ian as he makes it 3-0 now. 1:30 left in the third period. Now back in that front head position. You gotta love the way Kraft just keeps Rule's head down. Rule's fighting here as well. It's just a methodical wrestling by Ian here. They get down to the mat now, and Kraft looking for a go behind. Rule trying to face him. It looks like Ian slowly wearing down Cade in these situations. And Cade, a pretty good wrestler, mind you. Now we'll reset in the middle here at 35 seconds left in the third. A nice tournament win for Kraft, who was looking to prevent Rule from winning his second Clash title. Rule does get an escape to make it 5-1. We have some blood time here with 9 seconds left in the third period. I think both wrestlers in the finals were thinking that it was about their time, but blood time going to stall that for just a few moments. Man, how about this next matchup here at 138 between Mr. Rhett Koenig of Prairie du Chien and Lucas Sullivan of a Mineral Point. Hey, still got 9 seconds left of this 132-pound finals to finish. We reset back on our feet. And as the clock winds down, Fenimore Jr., Ian Krapp winning in a pretty impressive fashion here at the Clash today. 5-1 over Cade Rule. Just looked like it was his day, man. And they announced the place winners real quickly. Man, let's get a look at this next matchup. As wrestling for a Mineral Point, we got two-time state runner-up, this year's bi-state champion, Lucas Sullivan. The other corner, wrestling for Prairie du Chien, a three-time state champ, Rhett Koenig. And how about this, folks? What a treat for the local crowd. Koenig Sullivan, round 3, the rubber match between the two seniors. Sullivan 36-3, Koenig 39-2. I got a chance to call the finals at Bi-State, and these two absolutely got after it. It lived up to the hype and then some. Koenig getting in early around the body, does try to find that body lock. A little hip toss on Sullivan, but at the edge of the mat, so don't think either wrestler felt much threat of being scored on or getting the score there. 1:15 left in the first period. Sullivan at Bi-State actually got a pin on Koenig in the third period to win that Bi-State title. Actually was the last match of the evening, and the crowd was absolutely going crazy. Then Koenig getting revenge against Sullivan, winning 3-1 in their duel against each other last week. Now 50 seconds left, no score. But just like we saw with Koenig Sefrud, Koenig going for a body lock here. And Sullivan able to square up at the edge of the mat. Well, even with no score, just a lot of great action. And Sullivan, the 15-1 win over Glassbrenner of Fenimore to get to this point. Koenig had to go through Mr. Owen Sefrud, who's ranked second in the state. Good shot attempt there by Sullivan. 15 seconds left. And a trip by Koenig at the edge of the mat. Gets the 2. $11 seconds left with the way how difficult it is to get points on Koenig. Getting at least one just absolutely essential for Sullivan here. We got a caution against Koenig, who I think also understands how important these last 11 seconds are. Maybe wanted to get a little jump. Good quad pod by Sullivan. Nice mat return, though, by Koenig. Sullivan looking to roll an ankle through, maybe just create some spacing. And Koenig able to hold on his last 11 seconds. Start of the second, Sullivan deferring. Koenig's going to choose down. Looks like he loads himself up like a spring on bottom. Now a quick escape there by Koenig. Makes it 3-0 now. I've seen Lucas Sullivan get a couple takedowns on the three-time state champ before. Now you got to start finding a way. How can I maybe get 2 here if I'm going to pull out the win? Koenig right now just controlling the ties and the action as well. As we take the action back to the center here. So Rhett Koenig up 3-0 on Lucas Sullivan in round 3 of just this titanic battle between the two. Have a combined 5 state finals appearances between them. Right now Koenig with that great takedown in the first and the quick escape. And wow, good single there by Koenig in the middle of the mat too, with Sullivan holding on with the shin whizzer. Koenig just trying to power him down, and Sullivan able to roll through, trying to get his hips on top. Could see it potentially dangerous here. That's exactly what we get as we reset. 50 seconds left. Now that we got some blood time, looking at the action, no third place matches. Owen Sefford, who we saw get a little dinged up in that match with Koenig. Medically forfeits to Jaden Glassbrenner of Fenimore. But we'll take a quick look. Looks like we got a 1-point match over on mat number 1. Where Knockreiner's up 2-1 of Jackson McGuire of Iowa Grant Highland. That's Wyatt Knockreiner of River Valley. And must be some type of camera jinx with me up here, as there's now blood time over on mat number 1. Maybe I don't pan over to mat number 4. Maybe we just keep things in the middle here. Nonetheless, it looks like we got a cradle situation on 4, and we'll go back to 2 as the action gets started again. Koenig, just the way he's been pushing the pace is absolutely impressive. Sullivan not one to wear out by any means, though. See, hustles back to the center. Let's talk about these two, and even Sefford, the way they all leave it out on the mat. I think they could wrestle a round robin every weekend, and I don't think I'd get bored of it. Koenig staying aggressive, looking for a 2-on-1, and I think we're going to have a little more blood time. So we got blood time all around here. So we're going to get a little zoom in on local photographer and celebrity Nate Beyer over on mat number 3 and 4. Just hanging out. Glad to see that he's wearing shoes today. Usually known for the barefoot sandals look when he hangs around. Glad we can catch an action shot of him here on the YouTube live stream. I hope if anyone knows Nate that's watching this, let him know we gave him a little love. We do have action, though, again on mat number 4. It's 5-5. It looks like they're getting started again on mat number 2. Good matches all around right now, and they just all happen to start at the same time. Got 15 seconds left. And Sullivan now in on a shot attempt of his own. And good defense there by Koenig. Koenig almost able to get around. And no 2 called. Nice job by Sullivan keeping the movement going there. I think if he just stops for a second, the officials are more obliged to call 2 in that situation. We're going to head to the 3rd period of Lucas Sullivan down 3-0 to Rhett Koenig. We're going to have a little more blood time. I think Knockreiner ended up winning over on mat number 1 over McGuire. And we had a 7-6 finish over on mat number 4. Nick Stitzer of Riverdale won 7-6 over Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville. Now is for 7th place. Now we'll keep the action here on mat number 2. Just quick synopsis here for those of you tuning in. So we got the YouTube crowd up to 64, which you'd love to see folks tuning in. Maybe your conference tournaments are just ending. But if you're coming in now, you're coming in at the right time as we have Rhett Koenig versus Lucas Sullivan. Start of the third period. Koenig got the first takedown in the first period with a great trip. Kept his toes in at the edge of the mat, and we're gonna have a little more blood time now. I think gonna see Koenig go with the face wrap here. Then Koenig with the escape, and of course less than 10 seconds in the second, and Sullivan had a good chance on a shot near the end of the second. Sullivan picking up first blood at the Bi-State Classic Finals. And just watching Sullivan wrestle there, it looked like it was going to be his tournament, man. Just the energy that he had was unbelievable. And Koenig, I didn't get a chance to watch that specific match in that duel last week, but I'm guessing with that 3-1 match between the two seniors, about as exciting as it gets. Right now, Koenig with the strong first two periods, and just think, you got to come off a win against Owen Sefrud, who you've gone against 5 or 6 times now in your career. And it's just a battle every time, and then you got to amp yourself up for Sullivan. It seems like the man never gets tired. I think if Koenig wins, I think if I had anything to do with the voting, you almost have to give him the most outstanding wrestler award off of that. But still a lot of matches left to be had here, and a lot of match time left in general. Can't sleep on a 3-point lead against Lucas Sullivan. Real quick, for those of you tuning in, we'll just backtrack here. 132 pounds. Ian Krapp of Fenimore won 5-1 over Cade Rule of Mineral Point. As we get started, again, here with 148 left in the third. Keep in mind that's Koenig's second caution, so needs to be careful he doesn't jump the gun again. And Sullivan with the quick escape himself. Can Lucas Sullivan find a way to knot things up here with 135 left in the third? Sullivan, little shot attempt there. I look to shoot Koenig off the mat here. And the way Koenig's been with his head pressure today and his movement, just making it hard for Sullivan to find a good angle here. You really saw Sullivan make the match his pace at Bi-State, and now Koenig flipping the script a little bit. Sullivan looking to roll through. So Koenig with the takedown. That's going to make it 5-1. Scoreboard said 3-3, but Prairie du Chien crowd quick to correct that one. As Koenig with a good mat return there. Sullivan maybe trying to find the inside of that leg. Now down to 1 minute left. Time of the essence for the Mineral Point senior. Koenig just with an aggressive follow. Now 50 seconds left. Sullivan able to face Koenig and gets a reversal to make it 5-3. Now going to be 6-3, but you need 2 takedowns in 20 seconds. Little flying squirrel attempt by Sullivan. Pulling out all the stops here to try and knot things up. Koenig, no stall warnings against him either. With just good to keep in mind here. Man, Koenig just still forcing the pressure of Sullivan, and on that overhook, going to reset neutral here. 21 seconds left. If you're Lucas Sullivan, what's the feet-to-back move that you have in your arsenal here as he tries for an outside single? And again, it gets it one more time. You're going to need to try to take Koenig to his back. If you're Rhett Koenig, you're fine with the takedown in this situation. And the final score is going to be 6-5 in favor of Rhett Koenig. Man, what a day for the senior out of Prairie du Chien. Winning his third SWC SWAL title. Lucas Sullivan winning round one about a month ago. And Koenig winning twice in the last 2 weeks. And folks, a lot of wrestling left, but I think I might know where I'd put my vote for the Outstanding Wrestler Award at the moment. Give credit to Sullivan for battling his way back in here. Now we're going to have a quick break as we have the podium presentation. Leave for 132 pounds. Real quick for the folks just tuning in. 132, Ian Krapp wins it. 126 pounds, Hunter Stevens of Iowa Grant Highland to beat Drake Ingham of Prairie du Chien, 15-2. 120, Roan Carey of Mineral Point to beat Amron Nutter at 2-1. And if you're sick of seeing the white and blue Mineral Point singlets in the finals here, well, I have some bad news for you because we have Taryn Riley wrestling now. He's taking on a Landon Radke of River Valley. I'll throw in the disclaimer. Love the Mineral Point community. Just their dominance. You can see it. Whenever I see Mineral Point at a tournament, you know you're going to see a slew of them in the semis and the finals as well. And Riley taking on Radke, who was a state qualifier last year for River Valley. Looking at their records on the year, Riley a 38-4 senior, Radke 37-6 as Riley in on a leg early. Maybe gonna look for a trip here. And Radke bailing out. That'll be 2 points for the senior out of Mineral Point. Now Riley gonna go to work on top. Riley, a two-time state runner-up as well. Radke for River Valley, state qualifier, did win a match, got one match away from placing. Gets the escape here with 55 seconds left in the first. Riley, who ended up having a decisive 7-1 victory over Tyson Imhoff of Iowa Grant Highland in the semis. A little less drama than Mr. Radke, who had to win an ultimate tiebreaker over Zyler Zandowitz of Fenimore. Riley in on another shot here. Same thing, Radke bailing out, and Taryn Riley now goes up a 4-1. Got 20 seconds left in the second period. If I had to guess, should have done the math beforehand, but either Mineral Point or Fenimore have to have the most finalists here today. You also see Prairie du Chien in that team race as we head to the end of the first period. Taryn Riley currently up 4-1 on Landon Radke after 2 takedowns in the first. Can get a quick look at that finals breakdown as Fenimore with a 7 in the finals. PDC with a 6 in the finals. Iowa Grant Highland, who's a 3rd right now. They just have 2 in the finals. Just a well-rounded team performance by this young IGH team. At the start of the second period now, where Riley, after the escape, makes it 5-1. Man, Riley, just the way he uses his frame to his advantage, can almost just reach down for that leg. And then taking Radke to the center of the mat, looking to extend his lead to 6. Radke trying to keep that whizzer in. Riley just extending that leg up, making it hard for Radke. He does have his leg in the opposite arm as well. And now up a 7-1 midway through the second period. So Mineral Point only bringing 11 wrestlers here today, but folks, you're not going crazy. You just happen to see 4 Mineral Point wrestlers in the finals in the last 5 weight classes. Riley looking to be the second champ for the Pointers on the day. Teammate Mac Busser is going to be joining them in the finals at 220 as well. Riverdale sitting at 5th in the team score with 128 points. Got a 5-2 match here on the third place match between Imhoff and Zandowitz. That's a 3-point lead for Imhoff, who Zandowitz tried to keep a whizzer in and tried to bail just a tad too late. As Imhoff's going to be up 7-2. Going to be even more once he's called out of bounds. It's now going to be 10-2 in favor of Imhoff. Got to see little banter there between Iowa Grant coach Ryan Allen and Fenimore coach Chad Stelt. What I'd give to hear how that conversation would have went, knowing those two. Riley back to the championship action. Looks like Riley's going to have a tough ride out here to head to the third period with a 7-1 lead. Getting close to the midway point of our finals here, folks. Here at the SWC SWAL Clash. 6 champions crowned so far. Starting neutral here. 7-2, so I think Riley opting to go neutral. Again, hey, now we're talking about level change with that low outside single. Score is going to be at 9-3 for Riley after the escape and letting Radke up. And with that treetop. Riley just with a bevy of finishes with that single leg. You know, you can see a lot of guys get a good shot in, but, you know, that's just half the battle. Just love to see the array of finishes that Riley has as he's up 11-4 now. Looking to get around Radke on the go behind. I think his first non-single leg takedown of this championship match. At 55 seconds left here at 1:45. Now Riley, I think, content to showing off the takedown prowess a little bit as he's got Radke's hips just flat on the mat right now. Looking for a turn, trying to fight hands underneath there. Looks like we got a stall call against Radke with 20 seconds left. I think it'll be a pretty super flouse or unnecessary in the grand scheme of things here as Taryn Riley from Mineral Point, the champ at 138 last year, adds another Clash title to his resume, and he'll be your 145-pound champion. we're going to have the podium presentation here real quick before we take a look at our 152-pound action, which should be a fun one between a freshman and a senior, and Luke Kramer of Prairie du Chien and Jackson Bussey of Iowa Grand Highland. We'll get the action started here. Just a few seconds. Looks like we got official Ryan McGuire as the head official for this match. So Kramer, a state place winner last year for the Blackhawks. Coming into this finals with, I'll get the record pulled up here in just 1 second, with a 39-4 record. So looking for win number 40 before heading into the postseason. Prairie du Chien, who we could see at team sectionals and team state. I could see Kramer definitely hit that 50 win mark this year. Bussey with a few less matches under his belt. Still 27-7. Just again, I can't reiterate enough how scary this young Iowa Grand Highland team is going to be. Saw Bussey get a win against state qualifier from Toma, Gavin Finch, right here in this gym at the Richland Center Invite. Still no score here midway through the first period at the 152-pound finals. Now Kramer looking to work a front head. See if he tries to get that elbow back, or maybe even forces a big move here against Bussey. And circling out, looking to maybe try a different attack here. And Bussey getting right back in on the collar tie with 21 seconds left in the opening frame here at 152. And Kramer in on a low single, going to that treetop position. Is he able to hook that near ankle, maybe get his head up? Bussey still holding on to an ankle as well, and Kramer able to break his head free, but give credit to the freshman, just holding on there for dear life, and Luke Kramer not enough time to pick up the two. Now we'll head to the second period. Kramer will opt to start down. Bussey looking to throw the legs in right away. Kramer getting up to a quad pod. And potentially a dangerous call there. As Kramer stood up, Bussey still had the legs in. I want to thank everyone for still tuning in to the finals. Over halfway done here with the finals at the SWC SWAL Clash. Over 360 folks watching the tournament today, which just been a great tournament. Richland Center runs a fun one. Right now we got the freshman versus senior battle here on mat number 2 between a Kramer of PDC and Bussey of Iowa Grant. Rankings-wise, Kramer ranked 3rd. At 3-time qualifier, placed 6th at 145 last year. Just a key part of that Prairie du Chien team that took the team state champs Amory down to the wire. Right now Kramer being ridden out by Bussey halfway through the second period. Does have a hold of Bussey's leg here, so should at least get one. And wow, right after the escape is assessed, Bussey getting in on a shot. Needs to keep his knees moving, though. Keep that progress, or Kramer could make him pay for it. And a stalemate called there by the officials. We're down to 30 seconds left. In the second period here, Bussy with another shot. Prairie du Chien coach Mike Rogie giving a couple tips to Kramer. So we're down to 19 seconds left here in the second period. I'd love to see the freshman getting after it on offense as Kramer back in that front head that we saw in the first period. And we're going to head to the start of the third. Jackson Bussy is going to take down. This is where we saw him, trying to do a little coaching from the press box, which we know is just always works. Kept trying to tell him, to go for one and not two against Finch from Toma. And ended up getting his hips over, got the reversal. I think he got some backs as well. As out looking for the switch attempt. Does have that near ankle of Kramer. Needs to watch when he rolls it. Now getting his hips higher. Just dangerous from that position, and there it is. Just good at finding the two from that position. And now Jackson Bussy with a 1-point lead with 1:15 left in the third. Almost the same story as Richardson. He was losing that match as well. But now can Luke Kramer find a way to work his way up? And Kramer, who's down 2-1, gets a stall call against him. Just a warning, though, so no points assessed yet, but Bussy staying aggressive there with that cross body. Now throwing the legs in. We'll see if Kramer tries to stand up here. Just seems like Bussy's style must slowly wear down on the guys that he competes against. And another point for Bussy as Kramer just hasn't been able to get off his hip. And folks, as the clock winds down, Jackson Bussy, another stall point awarded in his favor. Wins a 4-1 against Luke Kramer. Gets the reversal and then a tough leg ride out. I think Mike Rogie just looking to talk to official Ryan McGuire. I think some folks with that leg riding position, they have a tough time seeing how they want that to be called stalling wise. McGuire always good at having those conversations with coaches, and Coach Rogie pretty level-headed himself. So it's good to have those conversations. I think both people can learn from it. But man, at Jackson Bussy, the freshman, again, this seems like the Richland Center Fieldhouse is kind of his, kind of like a home mat advantage away from home for him. So we're gonna get started at 160 pounds here. And if we had the non-final singlets before, this would have been a commentator's worst nightmare. But we got a Riverdale Prairie du Chien battle here at 160 as we have Ashton Meese, who finished a third at state as a junior last year. The 41-3 senior. He's taking on a Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien. The 38-6 a junior. And Avery, the one in on a shot right now. Good defense there by Meese to start off the first period. Avery, a good rotational piece for the Blackhawks last year. Not necessarily full-time varsity, but I believe I was 21-7 last year. So still 7 losses, but picked it up in the win category quite a bit, I would say, as has 38 wins this year with only 6 losses to his name. No score yet, though, in the middle of the first period. We'll reset in the middle. 54 seconds left in the opening frame here at 160 pounds. Also, folks, highly recommend. I'm going to give this pitch now for those of you, if you got the time in the day, or even you want to check it out later. The heavyweight finals this evening. Evan Grotz of Fenimore, 30-3 junior. Porter Mandarano, Belmont Platteville, 30-2 senior. Both podium winner caliber wrestlers. Going to be going at it to close off the night. I highly recommend sticking around for that one at heavyweight. And you know, with the way Grotz likes to let it fly, I think we're going to see a lot of good action there to cap off the night. It's a good scramble here between Avery and Meese. As we get down to the wire here in the first period, 15 seconds left now. Meese trying to get it on a shot, but Avery, good quarter Nelson there to stave off the senior from Riverdale. And we're going to head to the second 0-0 match, which I should have been keeping track of the amount of championship matches with no score in the first period. Going to head to the second. It will be Avery's choice here. And if you're Avery, you got to find a way to get out fast, or Ashton Meese is just going to absolutely punish you in this position. So Avery does get up, but Meese just slowly pulling him down. Had control of that elbow as well. Now with a good spiral ride, switching into a power half. Avery with the hold of that ankle needs to watch, make sure he doesn't give up some easy near fall. Wonder if we'll see him maybe swim for the head here, but keeping a hold of that ankle helps make sure Meese doesn't get his hips back on top, which I assure you would have been the first thing he did had Avery let go of that. And Avery stood up. Meese went for a tilt from that standing position, and Avery getting control, and Meese tried to lock up a cradle. Instead, Avery takes him right to his back. Now going to be up, I'm guessing, a 5-0 after that. Meese fights to his stomach. So Jeremiah Avery, the 38-6 junior, building up a 5-0 lead after a great sequence on bottom. But Meese, of course, finding his way back into good position. He's going to go cut into that lead, making it 5-2. Now going to go back to work on top here. Meese now trying to pick up some near fall from this position, and Avery able to roll through. No near fall assessed. Instead, the score is now 6-2. Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien here at 160 pounds. And I don't know if you'll believe me, folks, but we have blood time here on the championship mat. So we're going to take things over to mat number 3 for the third place match, where we got a pretty good match over there on mat number 3. I believe that's Emerson Moen of Iowa Grant Highland, and then it's Maddox Gable of Darlington Blackhawk, I want to say. So I get that pulled up. For Darlington Blackhawk, I could have guessed Gable or Christ, and I would have had a 50-50 shot of being right there. But it is Maddox Gable And Moen knotted up 1-1 here. Every time we've gone away for blood time on the championship match, these third place matches have not disappointed as Moen picks up the takedown to go up 3-1 there. And now we can take things right back here where it's 6-2. Meese going in for a quick shot, trying to get 2 before the third period. Maybe make things easier on himself. But to no avail as Avery with good shot defense. And we're going to head to the third. Or Meese, I believe, opted to go neutral. And Avery in on a shot right now. Does have his head above Meese's ankle. We'll see if Meese can keep scooting his hips away. Avery still holding on to that near ankle, and Meese able to get behind. No score yet, though, but Meese switching off, lifting that leg up, and almost taking Avery down to his back. Does get a takedown nonetheless. And Avery rolling that ankle through, keeps his hips higher. Meese comfortable in those situations. Scores 7-4 now, and seems like Avery bringing out the best in Meese right now. It seems like Meese definitely feeling it from the first 5 minutes of this match so far. Meese now looking to maybe score again. Avery grabbing that ankle again. And no score here. Score still remains 7-4, and do have more blood time. As looks like Moen ended up winning on mat number 3 at 3-1. Yeah, and Meese and Avery both definitely both feeling it a little bit. Which I don't know many wrestlers that can go through a full wrestling match without feeling somewhat gassed. Right now over here on mat number 4, we got an 8-6 finish. Believe that's for 7th place between Ryder Zandowitz of Fenimore and Quentin Gunderson of Mineral Point. But we got the action started here again on mat number 2. I think Meese's nose plug might have came out, and I'm guessing they're going to wrap it now. So Jeremiah Avery with a big 5-point reversal in the second period, now holding on to a 3-point lead here. Towing the line right away. We'll see if Ashton Meese can gut out a couple of takedowns here. Ashton's looking to win his second SWC SWAL title. Maybe looking to go upper body. Avery in on a single leg though, and Meese was looking to roll Avery through, and Avery taking Meese to his back yet again. So the score's gonna be 11-4 now. And Jeremiah Avery of Prairie du Chien, the junior, is going to pick up an SWC SWAL title in pretty impressive fashion, I would say. Just a couple of big moves. Picking up the points in bunches. I guess if you want a game plan of how to beat Ashton Meese, that might be the way to do it. It seems like Meese right now maybe a little exhausted. But nonetheless, Jeremiah Avery from Prairie du Chien, what a tournament for him. Got a 6-3 victory over Gable. in the semis, and then that 11-4 victory over Mies in the finals. Now up next here at 170 pounds, we got a Mason Winch of a Dodgeville, 26-9 senior. He's taking on yet another Blackhawk in the finals. That's Prairie du Chine's Brogan Brewer. Prairie du Chine, for the most part, just having a great final session, which what they needed if they wanted to pass Fenimore, but I think Fenimore holding their own in their own right now. Real quick tail of the tape with these two. Brewer 34-6 on the year. Winch 26-9 on the year. Winch looking maybe for a big move right off the bat, but Brewer able to hold off. He'll get the first takedown. Brewer on the year ranked third in the state at 170 right now. Did qualify for state at 170 pounds. Now with a tough ride on Winch. Got a little high there for a second. And mean crossface there from Brewer. Could almost hear that from up here, I think. As Winch looking for a shoulder roll through, but Brewer not going to let him off that easy. As don't know for sure if his back was exposed from my vantage point. Can't see if the refs holding any fingers. And this time Winch, third time's the charm on rolling through. Was the end of the period. Looks like the reversal will be awarded to Winch. So, hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Almost got him in trouble on the second attempt, but finally lands that Granby on attempt number 3, and it helps him to tie things up. Now we're going to start the second period here, 170-pound finals, 2-2. Brewer showing a little flair on bottom himself with the shoulder roll to get some space. Tried a little fake head throw attempt there as well. Almost like we're watching a couple clones of each other go at it on the mat right now, as Brewer is now up 3-2 with 1:35 left. Now Winch trying to find, does land the throw, and Brewer rolls him through. And gonna pick up near fall, maybe even more here, as Brewer with 1:05 left to find the pin. Mason Winch, who was looking to help Dodgeville go 3 for 3 in the finals, just leaves his hips a little too high. I think also a product of Brewer being stronger than an ox, but Brewer ends up on top in that scuffle, and it gets the pinfall at 170 pounds. Now we still have 2 matches remaining here at 170. Third place match on mat number 3. That's going to be Mr. Gavin Hinderman of Iowa Grant Highland. He's wrestling at Nathan Blaschke of Fenimore. Hinderman, one of the bigger maybe seeding upsets of the day. Came in at 16-12, beat the 1 seed representing the SWAL Conference, and it was a Ty Christ of a Darlington Blackhawk in the quarterfinals. It It was a 6-4, an absolutely impressive match. Blaschke losing a tough one to Brewer in the tiebreaker period, 2-1. Right now, a 1-0 lead. It looks like in favor of Blaschke in the third. Blaschke out working from that front head position. And we'll head out of bounds here. 1-0, 1 minute left, third period, a third place match. Little shot fake there by Hinderman. Pretty exciting 170 bouts today. Which you always like to see. You don't have the state champs or maybe household names in the bracket, but still a lot of good wrestling and a lot of guys that I think we're going to see find success down at the Kohl Center this year. Hinderman maybe looking for a drag attempt there. 20 seconds left. Does try to shoot it on a leg. Does have it, but at the edge of the mat. Now 16 seconds left. How many more times are you going to find a good shot opportunity like that against Blaschke? Blaschke just on the defensive side now, which when you have the lead, you can afford that a little bit. Don't think there's been any stall calls against him. And hey, a good day by Gavin Hinderman, but falls just short and trying to get third place against Nathan Blaschke of Fenimore. Ends his day, he'll be a clean 25-15 on the year. A third place finish here in the conference clash. And I think just had a finish over on mat number 1. I think that may have been for 5th place between Trey Schulte and Landon Bush. Or sorry, just one match behind there. Cole Brenninger of Richland Center beat Ty Christ of Darlington Blackhawk 7-3. In the 5th place match. So full 10 finals matches through. Got a total of, if everyone is wrestling in their matches, 16 matches remaining on the day. Been a great day here at the SWC SWAL Clash. And just like a Mineral Point in the lower weights, you're not going crazy. That is indeed another Riverdale singlet that we're seeing in the finals, as we have Caden Rhines of Riverdale. He's taking on Wyatt Annan of Fenimore. Annan in on an early shot, and Annan or Annan, someone can correct me if they know for sure on here. Last year qualified for state at 160, so bumping up quite a bit in the lineup. Does get the first takedown against Rhines 30 seconds into this finals match. Rhines last year in the postseason won his regional, but actually did not wrestle at sectionals. Good mat return there by Anand. Looking at their records on the year, Rhines 39-6, Anand at 15-4. So not as many matches this season, but looks like there's no rust from a short season, at least match-wise, as Anand picks up another takedown to go up 4-1. We've seen teams get a little streaky with their finals appearances here. I think Fenimore are going to be closing out the day with 4 finalists, as a reversal by by Rhines makes it 4-3 now. 35 seconds left in the first. Both these wrestlers definitely had to do their fair share of good work to get here today, as Rhines had to win a 6-3 match against Ross Christ, the heaviest of the Christ trio from Darlington Blackhawk. And then Anand wrestled 2 full matches today so far. Beat Fitzsimmons of Mineral Point 7-2 in the quarters, and then a 3-1 match over Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien in the semis. And Rhines right now with a good ride here and needs to make sure it doesn't allow Anand to hip over. We're going to head to the second. 7 points scored in this first period, which I think out of all the finals so far, I think that's the highest point output we've seen in the first period in a championship match. Start of the second, Rhines starting down here. Looking to maybe get some spacing, try and throw a leg in. Does on the right side. Now with the crossbody, going to try to find that arm. Now looking to cast over. Nice crossface there by Anand. And I think we do get 2 swipes there by the official to make it 6-3 now for the junior out of Fenimore. These two going to be seen, I'm guessing, plenty of each other in the postseason. And Rhines, a quick stand up there, makes it 6-4 now. So on their feet, a 2 takedown advantage, but we'll see if Rhines can knot things up here. On and in that backdoor situation. Rhines is holding on to an ankle for now. Trying to scoot out as well. Good pressure by Anand so far. 43 seconds left, so plenty of time to let this scramble play out. As Anand's head does peek out, gonna make it a little easier for him. We'll see if he can get those hips covered. As Rhines just holding on basically by his fingertip to that ankle. Fenimore crowd calling for 2, and there it is. It's kind of a gritty takedown there, a methodical one by Anand, makes it 8-4. It will be Anand's choice in the third period too, so we'll see where he opts to go with. And we'll opt to go down here with the 4-point lead here in this finals match at 182 pounds. Rhines, the last finalist for Riverdale that will be seen. Our folks, 3 more weight classes. We get to see Porter Mandarano of Belmont Platteville and Evan Grotz of Fenimore go at it at heavyweight, which will be a great cherry on top of what's been a great day already. Rhines right now with a good ride, but needs to start finding points from this top position, or if he likes what he has for potential big moves, could go to his feet as well, but trying to work something on top here. Still 8-4 here, 45 seconds left in the final frame. at 182, and it looks like a stall call against Rhines. Again, Rhines trying to roll a wrist under, maybe try to find a tilt here, but to no avail yet. Can't find anything from this top position. It looks like Anand, who's had a couple of takedowns to start off the match. I think it looks like the feet wrestling here is going to make all the difference here for the junior out of Fenimore. As Wyatt Anand of Fenimore is going to pick up an SWC SWAL title here at 182 pounds, getting some momentum for his 3 teammates to follow before we head into the 195-pound weight class. And this should be a fun one here, folks. We got a senior versus a sophomore. We got Mr. Cameron Wolf of Fenimore, 28-8 senior. He's taking on Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien, who has a 182-pounder and a freshman last year. Ended up wrestling 195 at state in one of the deepest and toughest brackets regardless of division, and Theory ended up finishing 6th. Now it looks like the sophomore has grown into that 195-pound frame a little more. 39-2 on the year so far, but he'll have a pretty good test in the senior out of Fenimore. So they both report to their table, and we'll get the action started here with the big guys in just one moment. Theory with his 2 losses on the year. One of them coming at bi-state to a great wrestler from Minnesota, which ended up being at 5-1. And if I had to guess where the other one came from, I'd want to say the Clash, but I can try and verify that real quick. Just make sure I'm putting out the correct information for everybody. Get a little first sequence there by both wrestlers. Looking at rankings Division II 195. Theory currently ranked 4th at D2 195. D3, which always seems to be known for its 195 prowess. It's like Wolf falls in the 6th spot there. It's still at no score here. 60 seconds into the first period. Oh, good shot there. A little high C attempt by Wolf, but Theory, good sprawl and just able to hit a good go behind as well. Now Theory gonna go to work on top. Team score-wise, Prairie du Chien down by 14. I think they need a lot of breaks to go their way here. There's a stall call against Wolf with 20 seconds left in the first. So Fenimore, as we know, 2 wrestlers still wrestling in the finals after this. As Wolf does build up to his base now. Theory transitioning off to a spiral ride. Wolf does stand up, but time runs out here in the first period. It will be Wolf's choice. He'll defer. And a Theory will choose down. So I think we need a few bonus points from Prairie du Chien and Fenimore to go 0-3. But Fenimore, who's up by 13.5 right now, basically has this thing locked up team-wise. Theory in on a double leg. Wolf almost rolling him through, but Theory holding in strong, and he's going to go up 5-0 now, 30 seconds into the second period. Now Theory casting over as a leg Turk in. Now maybe almost he's going to try to get Wolf caught on his back. He'll still pick up some near fall, though, to go up 7-0. So the difference between first and second place, placement-wise, is 4 points. So, yeah, I think we would need bonus point wins from Prairie du Chien all around to end the evening. Otherwise, it looks like Fenimore is going to win, I believe. It's going to be would be their 7th title and 8 clashes in the last 9 years. Of course, we don't count. We don't like to talk about the 2021 year, the lack of tournaments. Remember, Prairie du Chien is the team that stopped that streak in 2020 when Fenimore had a 5-peat. Got another point there by Theory. So he goes up 8-0 now. We get close to the end of the second. Third place match looks to be between IGH and River Valley. Yeah, Prairie du Chien and Fenimore, team scoring-wise, kind of outpacing the rest. Pretty big gaps throughout, actually, in all the team scoring. It seems like most of the spots are solidified. We're going to head to the third. It will be Wolf's choice, and he's going to go top in this situation. And one of those calls, no, they beat you in the other 2 phases. Why not try that positioning? And it did go with the optional starters. Maybe going to try and bait Theory into a cradle, but don't know how many times Theory's going to fall for that one. And it looks like there was no loss of control awarded because Wolf technically, he stayed on Theory pretty much the whole time. And going optional start, and once again, little crotch lift there by Wolf. Nice little mat return. Theory with the escape makes it 9-0 now. We got one more match over on mat number 4. That's just finishing up. That's looks like Isaac Duran of Dodgeville beat Cruz Salazar of Richland Center. Kind of 11-0 match. Sorry, make that 14-0. On mat number 2, I look away for 4 seconds, and Blake Theory just putting up 5 more points. Now looking for a turn to straight up get not 6 here. We're not in a dual setting, but pick up a couple more team bonus points. And Theory does have Wolf on his back. Wolf trying to fight his arms through. Hey, if you kind of want to make a miracle run to win the team race, it starts here, and Theory does pick up the pin. So Blake Theory, your champion, the SWC SWAL Classic. Just adding to Prairie du Chien's championship total. I want to thank everyone for staying tuned in. I always talk about Steve and I on the podcast. Like to stress, giving some love to the big guys. And at 285, We're now one tilt away here from Porter Mandarano, Belmont Platteville, and Evan Grotz of Fenimore. Could be a 6-minute grind 'em out fest between the two. Could be a match where we see someone go flying in the first minute. Either way, I know there's going to be some fireworks. Thanks everyone for tuning in just throughout the day in general. I know listening to the same person talk throughout the day can get a little old by now. Thankfully, got a good community here at the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast, and guess A&W and Mountain Dew are what it takes to get your vocal cords through a day of commentary. So I've been hyping up 285 a lot. We still got one more match before then. And hey, how about one more Mineral Point Fenimore finals match? We got Wyatt Miles, the 18-8 junior for the Golden Eagles. He's squaring off against a Mac Busser of a Mineral Point. Busser had to win a 3-2 match against John Walkershauser of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern. Miles had to win a 6-4 match in sudden victory against Hudson Brown of Iowa Grant Highland, who we see both those two wrestling over in the third place match right now. And Buster with a shot attempt off the edge of the mat. So we talked about it before the tournament. 220 just kind of had the potential to be a little crazy, and I think you look at some of the match results, that's exactly what it's been so far. And Miles looking to go upper body here with Busser. Now both wrestlers in an over-under position. So Prairie du Chien. We got a reset here. 51 seconds left in the first. Right now, team score, Fenimore 293, Prairie du Chien 285.5. We'll, as long as there's a team race, we'll stay somewhat invested in it. Right now, Jack McEcker and a Prairie du Chien up 1-0 on Caden Courier of Riverdale. And no score here between Busser and Miles. Well, it kind of has the makings where it looks like someone has the potential to go flying in this one. But checking out the Division 3 rankings here real quick. Busser is honorable mention. So Miles with the win could get some love in the rankings. Start of the second period, a no score. Miles will choose it down here against Busser. Busser with a good start to his second period. So we're 25 seconds in. This 220-pound weight class, and Miles looks like he might almost get a reversal here. And Miles does pick up the reversal to go up at 2-0. 1:10 left here in the second period. So a little update here as Busser goes for a Granby roll, and Miles able to catch the leg. So Busser committed to that one. Could have been in some trouble. So a couple of juniors here who, given the weight classes they're at, could see a couple rematches. Next year, and now it looks like Miles has Buster in some trouble at the edge of the mat. I think Chad Stell looking for at least a near fall call. We got gonna reset here after the conversation between the official and the coaches. Looks like Courier of Riverdale did pick up the pin over on mat number 1, which shuts down the Prairie du Chien comeback campaign for team points. So congratulations to Fenimore on capturing their second SWC SWAL title. Now we're going to head to the third. Buster going to opt to go neutral here. Don't think him or the coaches liked what happened on bottom the last minute of that second period. Buster this year, a couple of runner-up finishes. Finished second at the Lady Smith Invite. Did win the Tom McGarvey Early Bird Scramble. Gets in early on a shot, and Wyatt Miles with the cow catcher at the edge of the mat. Gets to, will get some swipes as well. So did not get any near fall swipes there. That's only 4-0 now. 1:38 left in the third. Had our third place results. So right after the conclusion of this one, folks, we're going to be heading in to our 285-pound finals matches. Now Buster with an escape. It makes it 4-1 now. Going to stop the match for a second. Buster's headgear came off. So we'll see if Buster can find a way to get a shot in without getting his arm caught by Miles. But good match here by both wrestlers so far. Miles just showing good movement in that bottom position and on his feet, looking to kind of be the difference here. Buster maybe looking to jack up a throw. You can see he's trying to maybe set up a head throw. Oh, I almost had a body lock position there at the edge of the mat. I would have loved for that to be in the center, regardless of the end result of it. Now Miles in on an underhook. Buster just trying to fight for a tie here. I think he's thinking a big move here with 35 seconds left. Be hard pressed to get a couple of takedowns here against the junior from Fenimore. And Buster does look like he almost has a head throw locked up, but ain't able to get enough pressure into Miles, and looks like Miles will be awarded a point. I think Buster maybe a couple of hits to the face there. I don't think anything too malicious there, but ref still giving the call. And it looks like Buster can't lock up for a throw, and Wyatt Miles picks up the victory. He is your SWC SWAL Clash champion at 220 pounds. adding to Fenimore's already high championship total on the day. They almost get to the 300-point mark here. Still have a chance to do that. Yeah, Miles is the Golden Eagles' third champion today, which I'd say in the conference tournament as tough as this one, pretty solid for any team. And last but not least here, folks, a battle of the big boys here on the first place match. You have Belmont Platteville's Porter Mandarano, who finished 6th at state last year at heavyweight in Division II, coming in with the 30-2 record. Then you have Evan Grotz on the other side, the Fenimore Jr., who's a 30-3, had a great offseason, one spot away from making state last year. I know both singlets the same. Mandarano with a little bit longer hair, if that helps any. But Grotz, a lot of success on the Greco scene. And Mandarano, just a big dude with a lot of good technique, as well as Grotz looking in for a 2-on-1. First 45 seconds here. Still no score. Grotz looking to find. Does have a body lock locked up, I think. And looks to land the throw. Unable to hip through, loses his grip, and Mandarano throwing Grotz from his base down to his stomach. And the senior out of Belmont Platteville with an early 2-0 lead after the throw attempt by Grotz. Combined record of 60-5 between these two. And a lat drop there by Grotz at the edge of the mat, transitioning to a half Nelson. And no loss of control even, just a reversal from a lat drop. No near fall awarded, which depending on this stand-up from Mandarano, gonna make it 3-2 in favor of Mandarano heading into the second period. For the 41 of you that stayed tuned in for the heavyweight match, you're already in for a treat. I think the first 2 minutes there made it worth it. Mandarano gonna start the second period down. And on the stand-up there, makes it 4-2 now. And Grotz looking to work back in, find another body lock. Almost had it the first time, just couldn't keep his grip. Mandarano doing a good job keeping his hips back. Now, Mandarano with the body lock himself. The crowd is holding their breaths. Outside trip attempt by Mandarano, trying to throw himself. And Mandarano again fending off the throw attempt, and what a mat return by the big man to make it 6-2 now. Best part of this match is seeing all the upper body action so far. There is plenty of match left for someone to end this one early, regardless of the score. But right now, Porter Mandarano with a 6-2 lead at the halfway point. This last match of the evening. Love to see that the crowd stuck around for this as well. And Grotz with the stand-up attempt, almost getting taken to his back on the mat return. Got 45 seconds left in the second period. Grotz maybe looking to try a power half here on the left side. He's maybe looking to bait that left side and then jump to the right away. 10 seconds left here in the second period. Evan Gratz with a couple of big throw attempts. Porter Mandarano just with a little bit better defense. And we are going to head into the third period. Porter Mandarano up 6-2, cannot let his guard down though. Against the Greco-savvy big man from Fenimore. Let's see if for Gratz, if the third time's the charm with the throw from the neutral position. Gratz just does such a good job, and Mandarano is going for another body lock there. Gratz really trying to dig in for that underhook. 1:25 left now. Coach Chad Stell telling him, Gratz to circle, try and create an angle. Here we go. Headlock position for both wrestlers. Could we see someone go flying here with 1:10 left? Who's going to make the business decision to hip in first? And Mandarano deciding up four, you don't need to be a part of that right now. But Gratz still going to work in and try and force his ties here. 45 seconds left. Does Evan Gratz have one more big move in him? Looking to lock up his grip again. Mandarano keeping his hips away and able to see it coming a little more. It's another takedown to make it 8-2. Now for Mandarano, just a matter of riding out and taking care of business here. Looking to slowly roll the wrist under. Looks like we have a stalemate call. And as this match looks close to decided, Gratz does get a stand-up, but good mat return again by Mandarano. Now taking Gratz to his back, gonna pick up some swipes. And man, I knew Porter Mandarano was a great wrestler, but a 10-2 decision over Evan Gratz of Fenimore. Just putting an exclamation point on the regular season of the senior from Belmont Platteville. And folks, I want to thank you for tuning in to all the action today. It has been a great 8 hours of wrestling here at Richland Center. I want to thank Richland Center for being great hosts. It's been a fun day. Thank you all for tuning in. Make sure to listen to the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast tomorrow for a little recap of this tournament and every conference tournament around the state. Well, tomorrow or Monday we'll say. But for now, signing off, I am Teague Fenwick. Have a great night.